together. We're looking at refining them and ensure commitment to this cause. So once again, welcome. At this point, I will invite to give us a recap of yesterday's activities, all the panel session, all that transpired yesterday. For the interest of those of us that were not here yesterday, we'll have a recap, and I will invite my friend Dr. Issa Adamu and Simi, please step forward. The lady from Lafarge and my friend from the Environmental Summit Group. They will come up here to give us a recap of yesterday's activities, and then from there we'll take a few recognitions and we'll commence the program. Thank you so much. I yield the floor to the team that will give us a recap.
Distinguished guests, esteemed guests, a very warm good morning to everyone in the hall. Day 2 promises to be more interesting than day 1 was, but people don't look like day 2 is going to be interesting. So to start with, I'd like for you to look at the person on your right or left and give them a green smile. If you don't know what it is, look at me first, and then you can give the smile. So I'm giving it already. Now to your neighbor, a green smile. Yours is yellow, not yellow. I meant green when I said that. Yours is black, it's not even yellow or green. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my delight to welcome you to day 2, and we'll do a quick recap like he said, and after that, we'll get right into the day's business. So yesterday, while everyone was here, you would agree with me that we had an impactful time. We had conversations that were deep. We had conversations that were mostly called to action in the environmental responsibility that we came here to discuss. One conversation, one platform. We started yesterday by highlighting the reason why we even convened this meeting. For whatever responsible organization or government, preserving the planet, preserving the environment is the sustainability that would keep us going, not just for us, but we agreed even for the future generation ahead of us. For the conversations yesterday, we emphasized our theme, unlocking Nigeria's green economy, driving climate action, and environmental governance. Our partners were all here because before the event, we all aligned that this is very crucial and this is the right time to do this. In the room yesterday, we had the Honorable Minister of Environment, who was ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, who gave us an opening remark or a keynote address, if you like. But before he did, we had a welcome, a general welcome, which was taken by Kemerita Michael Ojo. She welcomed everyone, while we had a little entertainment by the NYSC team that gave us a talk, or a drama, if you like, that also emphasized the importance of preserving the environment and how this is an action for everyone in the room and outside the room. Yesterday as well, we took high-level perspectives from Mrs. Uju Rochas. Besides that, we had the first panel, and our theme for the first panel yesterday was fixing the system. Fixing the system, strengthening actually environmental governance, enforcement, which we all agreed during the conversation that that is the gap that we have. The implementation and the enforcement, not that the policies are not adequate. For the second forum, which was tagged Healing the Planet, Protecting the People, unlocking climate health investments for resilient African communities. You'd agree with me that we had health experts in the room for that session who actually took us through the menace that is and how we can navigate away from it. Mostly yesterday in the room, we had investors, we had innovators, and we had people who agree that whatever they're doing, the environment has to be preserved responsibly. I'd hand over to Dr. Issa. He'll take us through all the action points and the agreements that we had. We had all agreed yesterday that the problems are very clear, the solutions are readily here. We're all leaving this conference to implement. So he'll take us through what we all agreed yesterday. Thank you. Dr. Issa?
Thank you very much, my colleague Simi. They see me without Minelai. She's Simi from Plateau, while the other Simi is from Bayelsa. So I must say that I am already intimidated because she's in green, whereas I am in very, very dark green. So I beg your pardon for not being on green. So I would like us to ponder over this. She has mentioned already that we converged here as one platform, one conversation. And it is very, very important to state that yesterday was an extraordinary day because the convergence was different from what we used to know in other fora. The platform is NESt, and on it rest 3 pillars: the green environment, the blue environment, and the brown environment. All converged here yesterday, and they are still here. You know, in the environment sector, these 3 main distinct compartments must be designed anytime you are conversing about environment. So we decided not to go the normal route of saying this speaker said that in order to save time and for it not to be monotonous while you become so anxious to get rid of us from the stage. So at the risk of missing anything, we decided to just put everything together because it is one conversation, one platform. So we have everything under one platform. So what was the situation that our various speakers and resource persons actually highlighted, including the messages we received from the youth and the children? All have been packaged together, and we have this situation as if we were doing a situation analysis. So the first, there are so many of them, we just run through without necessarily having to reel out all that have been listed. So a number of issues were raised which are glaringly not too palatable for our nation. It's all about lack of that, shortage of that, misplacement of this, and what have you. A lot of things that ought to be in place are actually displaced, or rather missing entirely. So these are issues that have to do with institutional capacities, that have to do with individual and institutional integrity, issues that have to do with implementation failures and implementation misfits. These are all gloomy, which do not really give us the outlook that is necessary and which we deserve as a nation. And most especially regarding policies, laws, and regulations, which even though we have an avalanche of, but they end up in bookshelves, in our offices, in our libraries, and what have you, with the intended target beneficiaries being the respective communities and people in Nigeria, not even in the know of the existence of such regulatory and implementation tools. This is not a good thing at all. In terms of coordination, a lot of gaps do exist, and they are gaps that are created by we, the operators of the system, whether in government or elsewhere, but more in government than in any other sphere of our life in Nigeria. These are the pains, or rather the paintings that we are all rather sadly living with. And very importantly, one of the sessions dwelt on climate and health issues. The world has decided that for a very long time, the UNFCCC has all been talking about the environment, the environment, the environment. But when the environment is taken care of, what is the ultimate goal? It is for the preservation of the integrity of the health of man, most essentially. So at COP29, it was decided that health should take its premium place in the scheme of things as far as climate action is concerned. And from then, we've been having one action or another, trying to really bring up the health into perspective. And coupled with it, the One Health approach has also been deeply rooted in the scheme of things. So One Health and climate and health issues are really up there in the ladder. And we were made to understand that we are making progress in that direction, having done the Health National Adaptation Plan, which is ready for implementation, and which, when implemented, Nigeria will benefit immensely from carbon financing, climate financing rather, not carbon financing alone. So this is a good thing that we've heard about yesterday, and we also understand that the need to align the Health National Adaptation Plan with the NDCs, which Nigeria issued last year. I think NDC 4.0, 3.0, thank you. So we're making progress in that direction. So the way forward, all that spoke yesterday, everyone who demonstrated, all were in agreement that we need to do a self-introspection as individuals, as communities, as government, as the private sector, as in all our diverse areas of endeavor. We need to really be on one platform so that we will be doing one conversation. For what? For strengthening environmental governance. That was the key takeaway. And how do you achieve that? Is by ensuring that coordination takes its due place, adequate resourcing is ensured, and then implementation targets are met without any cause for what do you call it, excuses. All hands must be on deck to ensure that everybody is carried along and no one is left behind, so that collectively we move together, we deliver together, and we achieve economic prosperity, which this summit is driving towards by utilizing the green economy potentials that is replete in this, our dear nation, for which now we will have a better life and we'll all have a cause to smile, smile, and smile. So at this juncture, I want to emphasize one platform. Chorus with us, please. One platform. One platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please give Alhaji Issa and his team a warm round of applause. Thank you for that beautiful recap of the events that transpired here yesterday. Thank you so much. I'm made to understand that the chairman is in the building. That's Dr. Mutiu Simonu is already here. Our protocol, please do well to please bring in the chairman. I also want to crave the indulgence of the first set of panelists to please get ready. Immediately after the opening remarks by the chairman and the summit implementation team lead, we'll go straight into the panel session. So the first set. The first conversation will be from oil to opportunity, powering a just transition for Nigeria's future. So we expect the Dr. Ahmed Sanda, the moderators for the various sessions should please try and coordinate the panelists so that as soon as we are ready, we'll go as fast as we can. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the break. The chairman is already here. I wanted him to come so that we can set the protocol order at once and commence. Just like I said, we've had a very beautiful conversation yesterday, and we'll begin to look at a way of implementing all that we've said yesterday, because implementation is key. Implementation is key, and we also need to have a legislative framework that will back that implementation so that we'll be able to know our milestones and the next 5 years where we're going to be. Yesterday, the panelists did a very beautiful job. The two sets of panelists that we had did a very beautiful job. And thank you so much. Please give a warm round of applause to our panelists yesterday. Our technical team, which of the groups is ready so that we can go on with the panel session, please? Okay, the group from oil to opportunity, powering a just transition to Nigeria's future. The panelists, are they here? The next group will be designing the cities of tomorrow, climate resilience infrastructure for Nigeria's growth. Do we have the panelists for that session? The names? Okay. In that group, we have Mr. Samuel Stephen. Okay, thank you. We have Dr. Christopher Baker. Thank you. We have Professor John Yu Osonwa. Is he here? We have Mrs. Rachel. Okay, she's here. Okay, we have Professor Anene Moneke. Professor Anene. So we have about 3 persons here, so I think we are good to go. The moderator is Mr. Emmanuel Ilabuyo. Okay. Mrs. Runke Apata. Okay. Mrs. Runke Apata will moderate that session, and Mr. Ilaboyo is a speaker for. So I think we are good to go. That's the Lafarge group, I want to believe. Thank you so much. So we'll be talking about designing cities of tomorrow, climate resilience infrastructure for Nigeria's growth. Thank you so much. I think we need to commence officially. Mr. Chairman of the summit, let me recognize him in absentia. The Honorable Commissioners of Environment here present. The Honorable Commissioner from Oyo State is here with us. He's been here since yesterday. Dr. Ademola Aderington. Thank you so much. The Honorable Commissioner for Environment for Jigawa State is also here, Dr. Nura Ibrahim Kazaure. The Honorable Commissioner for Environment, River State, who is ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment, River State, Sir Owell Chinedum Okorietu. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. You were here yesterday. Thank you so much. Good to see you. The Honorable Commissioner for Environment, Abia State, Honorable Philemon Obona, Commissioner of Environment, Abia State, ably represented by Dr. Christ E.K., Director of Climate Change, Abia State. The Commissioner for Environment, Nasarawa, was here. No, I lost the before. I've recognized them. No, I just you. I am made to understand that, Permanent Secretary representing the Honorable Commission of Environment of the Gateway States, Dr. Kafiat Lawal. That's Ogun State. That's my state, so I know them very well. I schooled around that axis. Yes, I'm an Ijomani fisherman, widely traveled. I think there are just 3 states in this country that I've not been to. Just 3 states. Hopefully, this year I'll try and make them. The Executive Secretary of Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, Development Partners. Let me recognize WHO, UNFPA, Lafarge Group, amazing group, NASDA, NESRA, NEMA, the Alternative Bank. I recognize the Green Ambassador for this summit, environmental thought leaders and experts, steering committee chairs and members of the various commissions of the Nigerian Environmental Summit group, innovators, exhibitors, top government functionaries here present, captains of industries, members of the academia, distinguished guests, members of the fourth estate of the realm, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to this summit. Please, let's give ourselves a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. While we wait for the panelists to put themselves together, let me recognize some of the esteemed guests that are here with us. I recognize Professor Benidang Akpo, Professor of Geography and Environmental Studies at Madu Bello University, Zaria. Welcome, ma'am. I recognize Mrs. Flora Fashano, currently CEO, Udofe Garment Industries, and a retired lecturer, Department of Mass Communication of the University of Benin and Auchi Polytechnic. Thank you. I also recognize Princess Etel Eweka, granddaughter of the great Oba Eweka of Benin Kingdom, a former special advisor on gender empowerment of Edo State. Can we see you, ma'am? Thank you so much. I also recognize Madam Martina Okpere Apofo. That's all right. I hope I got that right. Former director at ITF, the Industrial Training Fund Nigeria. A former director of Industrial Training Fund Nigeria, currently an entrepreneur. Can we give her a round of applause? We'll continue to recognize more persons as the protocol list gets to us. You can sit down there, sit. Thank you. That's our green ambassador. You're welcome. Matilda Gogo Lambert. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will yield the floor to the panelists for this session so that we can commence. Let me invite Mrs. Akpata to step forward and introduce our guest speaker, also set the panelists, invite the panelists to take their seats. Mrs. Runke Akpata, please step forward, set the panel, and invite Mr. Elaboyo to give his presentation. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I stand on existing protocol, duly existing protocol for that matter. The panel discussion today is themed Sustainable Infrastructure, Innovation, and the Built Environment. And we'll have a set of panelists that'll be discussing. I have a set of 5 people that are supposed to discuss this today, and I'll call them to the stage. With me today is Mr. Stephen Samuel Wakdok, economist and sustainability specialist, Central Bank of Nigeria. A round of applause again for him, please. I'll be calling next Dr. Christopher Becker, Director of Enforcement, National Environmental Standard and Regulations Enforcement Agency. You can have your seat, please. NESRA. A round of applause for him, please. Next, I'll be calling Professor John U. Osonwa, consultant to the United Nations and the National Assembly, CEO, Net Zero Climate Solutions Limited. Mr. Professor John U. Osonwa, please. A round of applause for him. Okay, I don't think he's here yet. Let me call Mrs. Rachel Ezembakwe. Rachel is the Director, Health, Safety and Environment of Lafarge Africa PLC. Please make welcome Rachel Ezembakwe. Thank you, Rachel. And then I'll be calling Professor Anene Nwabu Moneke, Director, Center for Environmental Management and Green Energy, University of Nigeria. Professor Moneke, the prof is in here. Okay, so we'll be discussing, like I said, but before we have that discussion, we have a topic that will be spoken to by Emmanuel Elaboya. And the topic is Designing the Cities of Tomorrow, Climate Resilient Infrastructure for Nigeria's Growth. Please make welcome Mr. Emmanuel Elaboya. Emmanuel Elaboya is the head of Aggregate and Concrete for Lafarge Nigeria PLC. Thank you, Emmanuel.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I'm so excited to be here. Let me say that I would like to stand on the already very well established protocols so that we can also get going. Good morning. Before I go into my present, okay, we have the slides already. I would like to say that I really enjoyed the session yesterday. I think it was a good conversation. And hopefully we take that discussion further today. And good to see old friends and my good brother and my boss here. With all of these experts already seated, I hope that we'll have a very robust conversation and we're able to take out something practical today. So I've been asked to speak on designing the cities of tomorrow, which means whatever I tell you, you have to believe me because none of you have seen the city yet. So I'm going to design the city of tomorrow. Just say yes. Because, but it's a very interesting topic. So climate resilient infrastructure. I believe this topic is a very apt one and it's coming at the right time. So I would try to do justice to it. Then also share my own personal experience as we go along. Next slide, please. Okay. So before we go to the cities of tomorrow, what are the current forces that is shaping what is going on today that would now need for us to design the kind of city we want to see tomorrow? A lot of things are going on, and the big issue today is that they are happening simultaneously. So you have, on one hand, you have population growth. In fact, I think it's been projected by 2050, Nigeria is going to be the third largest population in the world. So we are growing very fast. So that is happening on the one hand. Urbanization is happening. A lot of people want to move to the cities where opportunities are. That is also going on. Then we already have seen the effect of climate change, flooding, especially now that it starts raining. Many of us now want improved standard of living, want to increase the way we live, we want to get better. And of course, because some of the buildings that we have been built in many years, you've seen a lot of renovation work going on, and so all of these are happening at the same time. One is not waiting for the other, and this is putting pressure on how we build now, and it's also shaping the type of building and infrastructure that will come tomorrow. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is the new normal? Before now, when we want to build, we try to build for population. We try to build for growth. But the new thinking, when we start looking at the cities of tomorrow, when we start looking at climate resilience, building on infrastructure, we need to now start looking at not just growth, but we need to also look at resilience. So as population is growing, that we are building for the population to take care of children that are not even yet born, we also need to see how long can those buildings stand? How efficient can those buildings be? So the way we design our building, the way we even build them, the time it takes to build them, because if we are going to have the third largest population by 2050, it means the way you build and the time you build. Now, if you want to build a building today, it can take you anywhere between 6 months and plus, even if you had all of the money. It's too time consuming. So you need to build faster, you need to build quicker. And because you are building faster and quicker does not mean those buildings will not be as good. They still have to be as good, they have to consume less energy and all of that. So we need to change the way we do things in the cities of tomorrow. Next slide, please. So having said that, what does a climate resilient city look like? So when we say we want to build for tomorrow, we want to build a climate resilient city, what are the key pillars that we should be looking at? And this is what I'll be breaking down in my presentation. So we need to build resilient city that can adequately accommodate flooding so that when you move around, you don't see flood anywhere. We need to decarbonize the built environment. And I'm happy to say that This is where Lafarge shines. This is where Lafarge as a business is taking a lead. We need to focus heavily on circular construction. I really like the drama yesterday by the NYSC team. They talk about how we reuse some of those waste. Because imagine if we are going to build for a large population in the future, and every time we want to build, we have to go back to draw from nature every time. We are going to be in serious trouble. So we need to figure out how we can reuse some of the materials we have produced in the past, how we can build new from old. This is very, very important. Then we also need to see how we are going to figure out building, integrating nature, into our building. I know the cost of land is very expensive now, and every one of us, when you buy a land, you want to maximize the space. You want to build everything. You build shops in the corner. I think we need to really think about how we design. We need to have greeneries. We need to have nature built around. It's for our own well-being. It's for the good of the economy, and it's for the good of the environment. So let's take them one after the other. Next slide, please. So when we talk about resilient city, we are talking about buildings that can actually accommodate both climate mitigation and adaptation. And this is this is a very interesting concept. And I know that professionals within this field, people talk about climate mitigation. How do you prevent that when I'm building to even reduce the amount of emissions that is coming from the building? And simple things like passive design. Even when you're designing a house, the way you place the house, just the way you place the house can even reduce the amount of energy, you use in the building before designing the house. The type of insulation we use for the house. We can insulate a building in a way that you have what I call reverse. It tries to reverse what is happening in the environment. I'll give you a good example. We have a very hot temperature now. Most times when you have 30 degrees on the outside, you can actually insulate your building where your building inside is 20 degrees, up to 10 degrees different. So that means you have less use of ACs, If, we are not in the cold climate, it can also work for the cold. If it's too cold, you can insulate your home to get it up to 10 degrees more. So for example, if your house is 10 degrees, you can insulate it to get to 20 degrees, which means you don't need heaters or you have less use of heaters. So these are some of the things that we can build into to reduce some of the emissions that we build. So these are some of the things that needs to be factored in the way we design and the way we build our infrastructure going forward. Next slide, please. Decarbonizing the built environment. This is absolutely important. The way we build, how we build, what we used to build. This is very, very important. And for me, like I said, there's been this statistics of the housing deficit in Nigeria. I don't know what the actual figure is now. Some people have quoted 20 million. Some people said it's more than 20 million. Let's even use 20 million housing deficit as the example. Today, I'm not even talking about tomorrow. The number will keep growing as the population goes. Let's even start with today. Even if the government had all of the money today, let's say there's an investor willing to give us all of the money we needed to build 20 million houses today. If you start building that house now, let's say we start building it as we leave this place, it will take us minimum 15 to 20 years to even close the gap. I'm not talking about you looking for funding. Say the money is here. You just want to start building. Because of the way we build, it takes too long to build one building. So this is why we need to look at new solution, new technology like prefab, 3D printing that can reduce the timing of building from 6 months to 7 days. This has been tested. You can actually put a building together in a matter of days, so that we can accelerate the type of building we build. Then, the other key point I would like to emphasize is the material we used to build. Today, You know, many people have accused the cement industry that the cement industry is one of the biggest polluters. It's one of the highest. This is fact. This is absolutely true. As Lafarge, and I mean, we don't run away from the fact, but we are saying that we want to be part of the solution. This is why we are saying that instead of having your regular conventional cement to build, we will provide you with an alternative, a low carbon alternative, that when you use it, you get a lower emission versus what you have in the market. Because the truth of the matter today is, if we are going to scale and meet the infrastructural gap in this country, you still have to use concrete. There is no alternative today that can give you the scale to close the gap that we have. There's no alternative in the next 10 years. This is research. I'm telling you facts. So if concrete is going to be part of the solution, I think the question will be, how do you now make it low carbon? How do you reduce the emission? And this is why companies like Lafarge, I've launched the first low carbon cement in Nigeria. We've launched the first low carbon concrete in Nigeria so that we can decarbonize how people build. And I will talk more about the implication of this in the coming slide. Next slide, please. So the top pillar is circular construction. If you look at the way we build today, you take material, we build. After some years, we demolish, and it becomes waste. In the cities of tomorrow, in the future, this cannot be the case. This cannot be. We need to look at circularity. We need to figure out how to reuse some of this so-called waste. And in the true sense of it, there's really nothing like waste, to be honest. I mean, even if you look at the trash we throw around, people say, oh, you throw it there. There's nothing like there. It's coming to block your drainage. There will be flooding and all of that. What many countries are doing is, how do we reuse some of these materials? How do we reuse them? And in construction today, if you have a building demolished, some of those materials can be turned back to build, to create new cement, or to create concrete, or to create something useful so that you don't just waste them. This is the way we have to think for the future. Otherwise, like I said earlier, if for every cement you need to produce, imagine the number of cement we consume today. In Nigeria last year, about 27 million tons of cement was consumed in Nigeria alone last year. In the next 10 years, that number is going to be, 150 million tons. If for every ton you produce, you have to go back to go and extract the limestone, we will be in serious trouble. So we need to figure out from some of those buildings that we've built in the past that we need to refurbish or we need to demolish. How do we reuse some of those buildings to produce new cement? How do we use them to produce new concrete? Or how do you use them to produce materials that can be used in the building to make building more efficient? And I'm not talking about rocket science. This is already happening in many countries today. In fact, Lafarge had launched a product that has 20% recycled materials in the cement in countries where the law and standard permits it. In Nigeria today, it's not yet in our standard, but we need those kind of conversations to start coming so that we extract less from nature and we use some of the things that we've already produced. So this is what we call closing the circular loop in the construction world. Next slide, please. Then, natures in city. I think this is obvious. We cut down trees every time and we see the effects. There are some places where there are laws that you cut down one tree, you have to replace it with, 2 or 3. They know what it is to protect the environment, it's to protect the nature, protect us from heat and all of that. I think going forward and in the future, this will not be this should not be optional. This should be clearly integrated in the way we design our building, and as a matter of fact, it should become a law, And I think these are some of the things we'll be seeing as we progress. Next slide, please. Okay, I think one of the other things, I'll chip in this slide quickly before I start tying it together. One of the important things we start seeing is in the future is digital cities, buildings. You start seeing buildings that have sensors. In 2018, I remember in 2018, I had visited Mexico. The hotel that I stayed in Mexico, just a week after earthquake happened in that place. Just a week after, in that same hotel, the hotel went down. When they were rebuilding that hotel, when they were rebuilding it, of course, the way they build now is different, and they put sensors in the building, which kind of gave them analysis of what is happening. So if there is like a shaking coming around, listen, they have the insight. They know what is happening. They know what is going on. It kind of gives them readings. In many buildings today, where you have predictive analysis or sensors in the building or using AI to analyze, you can analyze the integrity of a building to know which section of your infrastructure or which section of your building is weak or getting weakened. And you can know how to do like a isolated repair so that you don't need to bring down everything. You will see more and more of this as you go in. Even in road constructions, today many countries now have, in fact, I remember, I think I read an article in the US where they were building a concrete road. They had to install some sensors and AI to give them because they wanted to understand the fuel consumption from concrete road versus asphalt. So they were reading every car that was passing on that road was being analyzed by the sensors. These are the type of predictive and analysis you will see coming in the future. Building will become smarter, infrastructure will become smarter. It's already happening now, and you will see more of that coming in the future. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I said, the good news is that we are stuck with concrete. But the also good news is that we can do concrete better than what we see today. Yes, concrete generates cement, which is used for concrete, because sometimes people ask me, what is the difference between cement and concrete? Cement is the raw material to make concrete, and concrete is the final product. Cement, which you use to make concrete, generates a lot of CO2, but companies like Lafarge have figured out a way that those products can be designed with a low carbon alternative. I'm not talking about what is happening tomorrow. Today in Nigeria, we have a low carbon cement, we have a low carbon concrete. So if you decide today that you want to build differently, you want to build separately, you can already start making that decision even as you leave. Next slide, please. Okay, so climate resistance, and I have just 2 more slides so that I will allow the experts to talk about it. Climate resistance, beyond trying to build for the future, beyond doing the right thing, it's also an economic opportunity. And this is what I would like to emphasize. It makes business sense. It makes economic sense to build smarter. It makes a lot of economic sense to build with climate resilience in mind. I think one of the speakers yesterday that was talking about climate finance for the earth sector. I really like this session because, I mean, the man was practically telling us that, I think from the World Bank, if I remember, the man that called in yesterday. Sorry? WHO, sorry. He said, oh, look, we have this money for climate finance, but we are looking for projects in the earth sector that meets A, B, C, D criteria. That if you have this project that meets this and this and this, we will give you money. That was what he was saying, and he was giving us the template. So I was snapping it to say, really, and this is what is going to happen, or this is what is happening. There are a lot of climate finance available looking for low carbon buildings, low carbon infrastructure. Essentially, you are saying that instead of building the conventional way, if you build it and you can demonstrate that this is low carbon, we will finance it. We will finance. There's a lot of finance going on, but you need to now demonstrate and prove that this building or this infrastructure is low carbon. So you will see a lot of greenhousing, green infrastructure. There's green finance looking for this type of projects. There will be new jobs created because you have people that need to estimate, calculate, and validate that your building is truly green, because there's a methodology to that. So you have MRV experts, you have people that will do the calculation and all of that. And there will be a lot of opportunities in the circular economy. If you go to the next slide, please. Okay, so my belief, or I'm not a professor, I won't say I prophesy. but it's not sure. But I believe that in the future, the building, the climate resilient infrastructure will provide huge revenue, not just for the government, even for the citizens. And I will explain why. So the construction industry today, like I said, about 27 million tons of cement alone was consumed last year. If you look at what we build, a whole infrastructure, but from both housing and the commercial, the roads and everything will be, my assumption, my estimate, I estimate that about 25 million tons of CO2 was emitted last year. Now, if you build differently with a low carbon, are you able to get reduction, CO2 reduction from that? And those reductions are verified. We have about $800 million revenue on tap that can come in. Let me explain how it works. Usually, if you want to build a house, a typical house, take a typical 3-bedroom, let's say 3-bedroom building. If you build it the way you build today, that building can emit anything, say 100,000 tons of CO2, as an example. This is just an hypothetical figure. But if you build smarter or you build with climate resilience in mind, you can reduce the emission by minimum 30%. So let's work the numbers. So conventional house, and this is how this is done in people that does the carbon credit. I think somebody is here from Net Zero. I don't know if the professor is here. So you look at a baseline, you say, okay, if you are to build today the way you build, what is the emissions that will come from this budget? 1,000. Again, just as an example. Then you say, okay, I am going to build smarter. I'm going to use low carbon cement from Lafarge, of course. I'm going to use recycled material. I'm going to do passive design. I'm going to reduce my energy efficiency and all of that. So then you build smart building. Then that building only generates 700 emissions. Now, you've done a reduction of what? 300. That 300 reduction can be monetized. The 300 reduction you have done can be monetized today. I just did a quick search on Google this morning to say what is the, it's tiny below. Say what is the carbon credit cost for housing projects where you get reduction? Is anything between, let me look at it, it's so tiny. I just did a quick check this morning because the price changes, it keep going up and down like stock markets. Is anything between $3 to $15, depending on the quality and all of that. Now, 25 million tons done last year. Again, don't forget an estimate. Do 30% reduction of that and multiply by $15. It just gives you an idea of the opportunity in a place like this. And for individual, you might be asking, oh, okay, why are you telling what is the need for me? Imagine having a developer doing 1,000 housing units, tokenized, and the house has a reduction, and the building that you have built today is generating carbon revenue for you as you have built, and the revenue is usually between 15 to 20 years. So what I'm trying to say is that apart from the fact that we don't have an option, and honestly, we don't have an option, because the way, if we don't build resilient city, in the next 5-10 years, we'll be in serious trouble. So number one, we don't have an option. We have to change the way we build. We have to change the way we design our building. We have to accommodate recycled material. We have to accommodate energy efficiency and all of that. On top of that, it is a nice way to make money. This is the point that you can actually turn it to a revenue opportunity. And of course, if there are questions or you want me to explain more about this, I'm happy to talk about. Next slide. Yeah, I know. I'm even finishing 1 minute. So again, last year, Lafarge launched the first low-carbon concrete in Nigeria. So this concrete gives you a minimum of 30% CO2 reduction versus every other concrete you see in Nigeria. The way it is measured, the way it is calculated, we can even give you a document that you can use as proof if you want to go and raise money to say, see, I've bought concrete that can reduce my CO2 by 30%. So we have it already in Nigeria. Next slide, please. My last slide. You can keep this. This is just to tell you that, because when you say low carbon concrete, yes, it sounds good, but nobody wants a low carbon concrete that is not as good. You can't say, oh, because it's green, it's not good. No. So it's low carbon, is as good or in some cases even better. And we have done it because there's a Lafarge innovation that was part of that equation. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is to show you what you are saving. Just one more slide and I'm done. So this is the last slide. We also introduced what they call True Quits. And this is this game changer for a city like Nigeria where you have a lot of flooding. So this is a water management system that takes in flood. So whenever it rains or it's flooded, the water goes down and it's carefully channeled around so that you don't have a flooded city. It is in Nigeria today, yes. It's today. So if you want to order, you can clap if you want to clap. Thank you very much. Yeah. So if you want to order, just say that you can call any Lafarge star to say there was one brilliant guy. Yeah, use the word brilliant, please, because we like to get those kind of feedback that spoke and he said you have this water management system, you know. So we know that someday we'll start having a conversation like this. So we know. So this is why we have these solutions. And we know that as we go, as the year comes by, more and more of these kind of solutions will be needed. And Lafarge is here ready for you. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you for your time. Okay.
Thank you very much. Would you like to join us so that if we have questions for you? Don't worry, I won't ask you any question, but if somebody wants to ask you a question, yeah. Anyone. Thank you so much, Emmanuel Ilaboya, for the insightful presentation. I mean, talking about low carbon, building not just so many cities, but building with resilience, building cities with low carbon, building cities that are capable of supporting the future. So here, the discussion is shifting from vision to action. Let's turn the ideas into practical solutions. And we have people here that will speak on this. People that will speak on maybe policies, the solutions, partnerships, and how we can design cities for tomorrow. Before we go into this, I mean, I would like to acknowledge my boss. He actually stayed here. I think he stepped out. He wasn't supposed to be here at this point, but he actually stayed to listen to this. Thank you very much. So I'll go to the panelists. I have one question each for all of you. 3 minutes maximum for the questions because we're really, really conscious of time. So I'll be starting with the gentleman, Mr. Waddock, the economist, environmental sustainability from CBN. And my question would be, how can Nigeria's financial and monetary policies be structured to incentivize climate-resilient infrastructure investments that drive sustainable urban growth? I know that Emmanuel, the speaker, spoke about what the gentleman from WHO said yesterday on policies, funds that they have and all that, but we'd like to hear from you, your perspective on this. Over to you, Mr. Waddock. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, moderator, and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure being on stage. The speaker started by saying he is going to build a future city, and to build a future city, you will need to believe in him. I know most times when we talk of funding or building infrastructure, we talk of money, we think of liquidity. Money is good, money is needed to build sustainable development, but we all agree that even when there is money, we've not really achieved sustainable development or even in some cases development at all. So the implication is that money is not always the accepted currency, or it's not always the only accepted currency. For us to be able to harmonize our economic policies, be they financial or sustainable policies, be they monetary or fiscal policy, we will need to build trust. It is that trust that makes you sit down here and believe that in 30 years' time, we'll be able to build a climate resilient city. Everybody here wants to work and earn his pay today. I don't think anybody here will want to work and collect his pay in the next 10, 20, or 30 years. It is only trust that will make you want to keep your money in an illiquid investment like climate infrastructure that will yield results in the next 10, 30, 20 years. And that is where policy consistency comes in. That is where we will need to align our various macroeconomic policies, whether monetary or fiscal, to achieve that result. So we will first of all need to build what I call a trust fit, because it is only in a high trust economy that you will leave investment that will give you yields daily, weekly, monthly, and lock down that money in long term, whether you're an investor, government, individuals, or institutions. So we need to build an intergenerational balance sheet where we are not just thinking of today and where we are not just singing of tomorrow that not everybody here will be in. That is the harmony between the now and the future, so that we can be able to future-proof our climate assets by ring-fencing any investment that is into that climate sector. That's the only reason why I will believe in any venture as an investor, as an individual. You will not want to invest your money in the next 10 years where in economies where the currency will collapse or where the contract will not be honored. If I am giving a lease along, let me use Lake A, and then in the next 5 years, a 20-year lease, another government comes and takes over, what happens to my investment if you are an investor? So our policies must be in such a way that we build in special purpose vehicles where people both in Nigeria or abroad are both free and confident to invest in those infrastructure, because those are not short-term yields. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waddock. It's interesting that you said we need money, but money is not the only currency that we need. Sustainable development is also what we need. You mentioned trust, and very interesting. I'll come back to you on trust. But you also said something about building generational balance sheets. That's another one. Please wait for my question on those two things. Thank you. So I'll go to Director of Enforcement, NESREL, Dr. Becker. And my question to you is, what enforcement mechanisms are most critical to ensure compliance with environmental standards in urban infrastructure projects? And how can they be strengthened for future cities?
Okay, thank you. It's heartwarming actually hearing Ima talk about City of the Future, which actually it's just a way of saying the city will change, right? We will build smarter and probably use less time. But one thing that has not changed is that we're going to build in the same world, the same planet. So what now means is that what kind of impact with this new kind of way of building would it have on our ecosystems? Now, it has not changed. The mechanisms have not changed. The mechanisms have always been there, which is, let me break it down into how we build. Before we build, during the time that we're building, and then after we have built, there are mechanisms to make sure that environmental standards are maintained. What you all know is that we have something called the EIA, isn't it? The Environmental Impact Assessment. That is an assessment done prior, before whatever construction, whatever infrastructural building you would do. So that is supposed to at least give you an idea of what kind of impact you're going to have as a result of this particular building. Now, so those mechanisms, environmental impact assessment, environmental management plan, because you need to have a plan in the beginning to say, these are the things I want to do if I want to keep my environment intact. And so other things like permitting, environmental permits will be considered there. During construction, what happens? What kind of mechanism are we going to put there? There would be regulators like us, visits to inspect and make sure that compliance is being done, compliance with every other issues like the permits on maybe flooding, the permits that you're supposed to have to actually get the right kind of material, and the kind of waste that you generate. How are you actually working with that? So those kind of things would happen. During construction too, you are required to actually have an audit. An environmental audit is a kind of assessment done during the construction so that it tells us what kind of impact we're dealing with. What about post? If you're done with your work, there are legacy issues that you've tampered with that needs to be addressed. Ima talked about when you take down a tree. So what consideration after now finishing? What are you now doing to now replace these trees? So other things like that. I mean, you see construction sites that when people are done, it's almost like they have spoiled a lot of things there. So because as soon as they're done, they're just in a hurry to pack and actually leave the site, right? But that's not what the environment needs. It needs that you actually restore the site. There are things to be done. So pre, during, and post. But I'll tell you that there are other mechanisms as well. Other mechanisms that applies to us as regulators. The right kind of sanctions need to be given for violators. Because if you're not sanctioning properly, it makes it like a slap in the wrist, and then people just become very, very recalcitrant. They just go on with impunity and do whatever they need to do. So the right kind of sanctions need to be applied. There are other issues about mechanism, about collaborating as agencies of government, because NESt regulates, but there are also agencies that regulate these particular issues of construction as well. So that also needs to be, there has to be a framework for collaboration with either with agencies or with subnationals that needs to happen. Then there are also issues that we need to bring public participation into it, lastly, because something is happening here, but there are people, citizens around there that need to actually be brought into it. The last leg of sustainability is the social aspect, and people need to be involved about whatever development that is happening. And with that kind of mechanism, we will now be able to form a ring that will enable sustainability in our standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some of the things that I got whilst you were talking, very interesting, I must say. We still build in the same location, in the same place, but now we're building smarter. And there are things that you do before, during, and after building. Before, you talked about the EIA, that's the environmental impact assessment. During building, you look at the environmental assessment. After, you look at perhaps damages, issues that have been caused while people were building. And then sanctions. I think that's the one that I really like, because if you don't measure, if you don't sanction, people do things the way they want to do. I'd like you to please expatiate on that, but we'll come back to you. Thank you very much, Dr. Becker. I'll go to Mrs. Rachel Ezembakwe now. She'll be talking from the HSC space. So Rachel, how can the private sector, particularly the construction industry, integrate sustainability and safety into infrastructure development to support resilient cities.
Okay, thank you, Ronke. Good morning, everyone. First, the construction company has a critical role to play. We need to see safety and sustainability standards not as a standalone program, what I come to do when it's convenient for me. No, it has to be seen as part of the business. So from design stage, we need to design with safety in mind. And I want us to also establish one fact that worker safety is a fundamental sustainability issue. Because if we build and is at the expense of your workers, then the building you are constructing is not sustainable. We don't want to build sustainable cities at the expense of workers' well-being and even their life. And I know data is not accurate in Nigeria. There is a lot of accidents happening in the construction space. So how do we mitigate this? And I say from design, how do you design safely? How do construction companies see that this is not an add-on, is a critical part of your program? You need to start thinking about building resilience even around workers. How do we select the contractors who do the work? How do we train? How do we ensure that the workers that we are bringing on site are competent? How do we leverage technology in terms of doing a robust risk assessment? Things have gone far. How do we start applying the hierarchy of controls in terms of what can I eliminate? Why do I have to go at height if there is another method to do it that I don't have to put people at height? How do we do this, leveraging AI and technology, and also about the building itself, and Emmanuel spoke a lot about this. We need to start thinking about life cycle, even from procurement, the materials we're going to use, how do we handle them? Who handles them? At the end of use, how do we dispose? These are some of the things that are lacking when we are planning, and it has to be part of that. What are our responsibilities in making sure that the buildings that we bring up will be able to resist the kind of climate changes that we are having? Flooding, is it planned into it? The infrastructures themselves, yes, we are going to build smart buildings. How does this even affect the safety of people that will live in there? And I know it's always security versus safety. Security wants you to restrict all access into the building. But how are you balancing it? That as you are restricting this access, you are not also impeding egress in cases of emergencies. And we've seen it in smart buildings. There is an emergency, you lock down. Then are there manual override that will make the person also escape in case it is an emergency that you need to escape the buildings? These are some of the things that must come, into our thinking. Technology is advanced. There is building information modeling. You can do the 3D. You can show everything. Emmanuel talked about positioning the building. How much daylight are you allowing in? How much ventilation go in? So the safety we're talking about now is not even for the workers when they are building. It's also for the people that will reside in it. When you are building, do you consider this person I'm building for, they will grow old? The kind of bathroom that you do, would a 79-year-old, 80-year-old be able to utilize them? Would people with vulnerabilities be able to utilize them? So you see that at times we are now remodifying our buildings when we get to that stage. But can we plan it from beginning? That if I have 6 bedrooms in a house, do I have one that somebody with special abilities will be able to use? Do I have one that somebody who is aged will be able to use them safely? These are some of the thinking that must go into our planning. So I'll be saying that, just building sustainable building is not just about the structures, it's about the utilization. These days we have motion sensor lights, motion sensor ACs. As we are doing all of this, it has to be balanced with a risk assessment to be, how do we make sure it does not pose a risk to both the people who are building and the people who would utilize them? So overall, I would say that The true measure of success should not only be about how many infrastructure we put up. It's about how did we protect the lives and the community within which we put this infrastructure. So we need to strengthen this and embed sustainability innovation into our project planning and decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. In summary, from what you've said, health, safety, environment is an overarching core value. And we need to look at this from the state of design when we're building. Selection of workers. Are we thinking about the people that are going to work? Selection of contractors. The homes that we're building, the people that will live in as we grow, bones grow. So are people able to climb stairs at 79? Are people able to use smart toilets? What are we talking about in terms of smart homes? Sometimes you say open the door and the door does not open. So these kind of things are supposed to be considered whilst doing this building. Thank you. Well said. So you also said balancing the risk assessment. I would like you to maybe talk about this for 2 seconds.
Okay, so I'll refer to an incident that happened in Lagos a few years back.
Okay.
And it's a smart building, and there was an electrical issue, and the building shut down. Doors shut down by themselves. And there was a fire, and the occupants could not override that door. Sadly, a family died. It was publicly, and the investigation went to say there was no manual override. There was a spark, the door shut, and there was no manual override for them to have opened the door from the inside. And a fire started and a family died. So this is why I'm saying we need to balance it. Yes, smart is good. All of us like the command, on the lights. Go open the door. Alexa.
Alexa.
And we see how Alexa misunderstands at times our intonation and all of that. So what I'm saying is where the balance is while you put all of that in, can we do manual override that should there be fire, press this button and whatever Alexa is doing is override, by that button. So that's the balance. It's built, and the balance also comes from we put burglary proof, we put everything so that nobody comes into the building. Yes, I know the security situation, but the same restriction would affect you if there is an emergency in the building and you need to exit. So where are we putting the emergency exits that will not have the bars so that people can actually run out of the building if the need arises? So that is the balancing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have to balance safety versus security. That's what you've said. And it's a very sad story that you've just shared. So we need to be mindful when we're building, very mindful when we're building. Money is good. We use money to build these smart homes, but then we also need to put manual activations in place if we have to do that. Thank you so much. Emmanuel, I know I said I wouldn't ask you any question, but I would ask you one. So you described climate resilience as an economic opportunity rather than just an environmental obligation. What mindset shift is most needed among policymakers and investors to make that vision a reality?
Okay, thank you very much.
3 minutes, please.
Okay, so I know we've limited it to policymaker and investors, but honestly, I think we all need a mindset shift. Everybody, every one of us. I think they need to be what I call both a top-down and a bottom-up pressure happening at the same time. And this is very important. I will explain what I mean. So top-down means government coming to say, okay, yes, we see the way things are happening in line with what is happening in the global economy, not just to copy-paste, because most times in many African countries, unfortunately, we copy and we just paste. I think what we need to do is to copy, paste special. To say, okay, what you are doing, we don't need to reinvent the wheels. There are very well established methodologies in the world for climate resilience, climate action. We don't need to start again to start building now. But when we take those methodologies, I think there's a bit of work we need to do to say, okay, where and how, even within the country itself, there are so much differences. Sometimes the way you build or some of the actions you would take in Abuja, for example, might not work in Lagos or in the north. So there need to be those nuances built into those actions. But government needs to set the place and be clear. The clarity has to come. You don't have to invest, but you need to provide clarity so that the players in the system know the rule, they understand the rules. The rules are very clear, and they know what to do. And I think I'm happy to say that I think Nigerian government already started it, because last year, I think August last year, the federal government signed into law the carbon market framework. I think we'll start seeing the huge impact of that in the next 3, 4, 5 years. You start seeing a lot of things coming, but government have started in that direction. Then on the other hand, the bottom up approach and the mindset is, even as individuals, we need to start demanding, for things that are climate resilient. We need to start demanding. When you go, you want to, like we were saying, you want to build a house. Most times we just you just call an architect or call an old friend that is an engineer or a mason that you've known since your childhood and say, just help me build the house. I think going forward, we need to do better than that. We need to understand a bit more. And we need to sometimes be prescriptive. This is the type of house I want. I want A, B, C, D. I went to a summit sometime and they told me that even if the building is smart, there should be a manual override. I want it inside the building. They told me somewhere that, if I can demonstrate the impact, the climate impact of this building, and I can show that because I'm building this way, I'm reducing emission, that can earn me money, in the future. And I'll give you a good, and this is already happening. Last year, there was a developer in Lagos, and this is Abraham Adesanya. I can even give you the exact address. This is one of the projects Lafarge did last year. The developer wanted to build a 1,000-unit house, and he was looking for funding. Of course, he wanted to take the fund from outside the country, and he was getting a dollar rate of about 12%, 12 or 13, I can't remember. So let me use the lower one because I can't remember. So he was getting the rate at 12%, which obviously was a bit much because 12% for a unit, you need about, I don't know, $80,000 or $100,000. Multiply that by 1,000, then at 12%. That was a bit high for him. And he was looking for. So I met the man at a conference like this. I was telling, and I gave a presentation about the good stuff Lafarge was doing. And he said, oh, this your low carbon, this thing. I said, if I build, so we started, and I said, actually, if you can do a proof, because some of these DFIs, they are looking for low carbon project to fund. And this is the honest truth. So if you can prove to them, but you can't just go to them and say, my building will be low carbon. You need a proof. You need documentation. You need life cycle assessments. You need to show, And so, can you help me do this? So, of course, we can do that. So I said, okay, let's do a demo. Do one demo project with all this low carbon material. So he put insulation. It was solar, fully solar, no grid, no connection to the grid. The house was insulated. Of course, it was built 100% with Lafarge low carbon cement with calcine clay. Then we did the documentation assessment. The demo house was actually funded. He got a grant to build the demo house, $80,000, all paid for by an innovation agency of the UK government. So the man built the house, did a demo, did all of the documentations and all of that, and took those documentation back to the DFI. And he got the dollar rate at 7%. 7% from 12%. Automatically, you are saving money. This building I'm talking about has been completed, is in Lagos. it's there. So if you want to verify what I'm saying, we can, it's there already. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to start getting ourselves aware of what are those opportunities on ground, because there are so many things. I know it's still nascent. It's a new topic in Nigeria. It's forming, but this is the best time to come in, because now is to get the awareness, and I believe this is one of the reasons you are in a forum like this, to know more. Now you are better informed, and this will help in your decision making. So awareness is very important. So when you want to build now, you know that you know what to ask. Even if you're not an architect or you're not an engineer, you say, I want to build something that is climate resilience, something that can withstand shock, something that can withstand earthquake, something that can withstand, flooding, something that can withstand. So when you start saying things like that, even if your architects and other don't know, they will be forced to start asking questions,
Thank you,
and you
Emmanuel.
can get help.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. So we need mindset shifts. Balance the top-down approach with the bottom-up approach. Don't just put things in buildings. And a forum like this helps you to build awareness when you want to embark on this kind of projects. Thanks a lot. So I will just go back to Mr. Waddock and Dr. Becker. 30 seconds each. I said, I like what you said about trust. Can you please help us to tie it into what you have said? And then I'll come back to you too.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Like I started earlier, I said in a low trust economy, nobody will take that risk of long-term investments. You want rapid economic growth, and that leads to rapid depletion of assets and resources. That's what happens when we want to take everything for today and forget about tomorrow, because we have a problem of compressed time horizon. But where you will have a high trust in a society, economic agents will do business. They could switch their capital, like I said, tie that liquid funds in long-term projects that will more sustainable, climate resilient. And when you talked of the intergenerational balance sheet, that is the trust that will tie into that, so that you are not just looking at the economy or the society from economic growth, monetary reserves, fiscal revenue. That would just be looking at a dashboard of a car and thinking is an engine. Before what you see, everything you see on the dashboard, a lot of things have happened inside the engine. So as not to confuse the dashboard and the engine, it is that trust that will make you see the dashboard and call it a dashboard, knowing that a lot of processes are happening at the back end. And that intergenerational balance sheet will neatly tie into the economic sustainability he talked about. In the banking sector, the banks finance emissions. I think the greatest issues with the financial system is, as far as climate change and sustainability is concerned, is the finance emission. And the Nigerian Sustainable Banking Principle that started in 2012, long before the Paris Agreement, was supposed to help the banks put in more social and environmental consideration. So with time now, banks do climate risk assessment, they do climate scenario analysis before they lend money. I know we've not gotten there, but the principle is under review. It's going to be more rigid and more demanding now. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're building this trust that you actually mentioned. So we shouldn't take the face value of the dashboard, because so many things have gone into it to bring it forward. Thank you. So Dr. Becker, sanctions. I don't know if you were in the room yesterday when some people, the panelists, said some things, and there was 1 or 2 or 3 people challenging them from the audience. So I want to know 2 sanctions, for instance. I'm sure people want to know. And one way that you have collaborated with the agencies. 1 minute, please.
The other agencies?
Yes, the agencies.
Okay. Well, let me just mention, maybe just to give a little background on the issue of sanctions. We said that it's a mechanism to actually bring environmental responsibility, because we believe that if something is wrong and we say this is wrong. If the person keeps on doing what he's doing, there need to be another force to tell the person, no, you can't go in this direction. It's the principle of deterrence, right? And so sanctions are there to actually make the person feel that I have gone the wrong way. It's the same thing that we do to our kids. He offends, we make sure that there is a sanction towards that. The problem has always been that you have to get a good sanction that would actually be a good deterrence. It's difficult when you're dealing with even government that you're enforcing. Mostly the buildings are actually done probably for government bodies or constructions done for the state bodies. And so when you're dealing government to government like that, it becomes a little bit difficult. The consultant, the contractors would hide under that particular cover and would not want to actually give that. So our sanctions are varied. They go from different ways. For instance, we prepare you for enforcement. And the law says that when we see something wrong, we tell you that, hey, this thing that you're doing is wrong. Please do this, and we give you a timeline. At the expiration of that timeline, we come back and we say, you did not do what we said you should do. Please, there is another timeline. Please do this again. Now, after the law says after two successful notifications, then you're ripe for enforcement. And there are varied things we could do. From the gamut of sealing your facility, right? Or charging you to court, and then meting certain administrative fines, right?
Okay, good.
Those are a gamut of things, but there are challenges with each one of this, like the issue of the courts. Whether sometimes the courts appreciate environmental issues when you're looking at criminal issues alongside with environmental issues.
I hear we're running out of time.
Yeah, criminal issues will always take precedent.
Okay.
And so they're just those challenges as well.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So sanction is a mechanism to serve as a deterrent to the people that are building. And it can go from warnings, sealing, and then even charging to court. Okay. Thank you very much to the panelists. We have time to take 2 questions maximum, and we will do this within 3 minutes, both the questioning and the answering of the questions. 2 questions. So I see a lady here, I see a gentleman there. Okay.
Okay, she has a question. That's fine. That's fine. You can. Right. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the session. It's been quite interesting and educating. I am Maureen Idozu, and I am the founder and executive director of Seconds for Good Charity Initiative. We work on reducing maternal mortality. From the statistics, since we've been here, at least 7 women have died giving birth. 30% of the world's statistics of women who die giving birth are in Nigeria. We're only 2% of the world's population. My question is this. Given that climate shocks like severe flash floods and other things like the extreme heat and all of that worsen the crisis by physically cutting off access to roads, inducing heat stress in facilities, how can you come up with a code or something that ensures that our primary health centers, where the majority of our women would go, are actively structured in a way that low carbon materials are used and it becomes the standard for the country? Because I think the maternal mortality issue is a crisis, but we're really not treating it as such. We need to give it its own attention in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Emmanuel, are you able to, or is it HSC? Okay, all right. Okay, so let's take the second one, and then we take one question from the people online, because people are also watching us online, I hear. So the gentleman in blue, and one from the online audience.
Thank you very much. My name is Alikali Abubakar. I work with WAP ECOWAS. It was very incisive when the man from CBN mentioned intergenerational balance sheet. Intergenerational equity is the foundation of sustainable development, development that meet the need of future generation without compromising the ability of the future generation. But I want to ask, as CBN are the one that actually manage not only the monetary policy, but economic policies of the country. I'm talking about attaching monetary value to our natural capital. What I mean by natural capital is natural resources. Because I want to see a situation where we attach what is the economic value. We are here talking about unlocking Nigerian green economy. What is the economic value of our natural resources, for example?
Thank you.
And I also want to relate this to the issue of environmental impact assessment. I want to see regulations, a regime where, for example, an environmental impact assessment of a project is done, and it was discovered that because of natural capital or some environmental resources, the value, the economic value of those resources outweigh the investment, expected investment proceed of that project should be stand down. And then the natural resources should stay. How are you doing? What is the progress being made by CBN to bring a kind of, we call it natural capital accounting, to put economic value on our natural resources? Thank you very much.
Okay, before you answer, let's just see if we have a question from the online audience so that we can take the answers together. You have 2 questions from the online audience. Do we have time to take them? We can, right? Okay. Where are the questions? Okay, all right. 1 minute each, please. Thank you. Please go on, unmute yourself. Hello, can you hear me? We can't hear you. If you can hear us, please. We can't. Perhaps you can type. If we can't hear you, if it's something that you can put in the chat room so that we can pick it up.
Okay, the people online said they can hear me.
Okay, all right.
So
We can hear you now.
Okay, if you can hear me.
Yes, please. 1 minute.
Okay, my name is Dr. Salamo Tufada, and I'm calling in from Wales. So my question is to Emmanuel. He has talked very well and has told us about the low carbon equipment, like the cement that Lafarge is doing. Sorry, it's really echoing. Anyway, if you can hear me, I will go on ahead.
We can hear you. Please go on.
Okay, so it is good to hear these type of initiatives for the future in place. But my concern is how realistic is this relevant to the growing population of Nigeria? If we're not going to take time to explore local resources that we should use to meet the climate smart, solutions for the future. For example, we were using mud houses, and there was nothing wrong with those. So why are we focusing on other things? I would want to recommend that you meet somebody that I know. She's a professor of architecture. She did her PhD here in University of Nottingham. She's the director of academic planning. Her name is Joy Minor. She's an architect. So if you can meet with her, I think she would have some solutions for research on local resources that should be explored for Nigeria, so that we don't have to keep on importing things to be smart for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Salamatu. Can we take the second person? And panelists, can you please prepare your questions? Very, very short, concise answers, I meant. Second question from the online audience. None. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Wadok.
Let me go first. I think my question had to do with economic policies, financial and monetary. So we have a plane that runs on 2 engines. That's the economic policy. We have the fiscal and the monetary policy. The central bank is only concerned with the monetary policy, interest rates, exchange rates, financial stability, right? The fiscal authorities, Ministry of Finance, Budget and Planning, are concerned with the other parts like tax, revenue, government expenditure, and public debt. So the central bank alone cannot put a monetary value on Nigeria's natural resources or natural capital. You will need a synergy of both the fiscal and the monetary authorities. If I want to answer you directly, the best MDA to coordinate that, apart from the presidency, will be the Ministry of Budget and National Planning. Remember, NESt will have to come in, Ministry of Petroleum Resources will have to come in, Ministry of Mines, Solid Minerals will have to come in. So there is no how. The central bank only monetizes what it gets. But for you to extract, for you to place value, even the implicit value on resources not yet mined, you will have to sit down and do a serious accounting and capital budgeting, which I believe the Ministry of Budget and Planning will be in the right place to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let me just add on the issue, because he mentioned the issue of EIA, whether maybe a certain EIA, a certain project was halted because of the fact that we saw that the kind of impact it will cause outweighs this thing. Yeah, it's not perfect, and we're still working on that because of the kind of challenges that he has also mentioned. It will take a lot of collaboration between a lot of stakeholders. But let me point you to one particular shining example. If you remember, during Ben Ayade, when he was the governor of Calabar, Cross River, there was supposed to be a super highway that was supposed to connect Bakassi and one other place like that. But it was supposed to go through some of the forest, some of this thing. And that project up to now is halted temporarily because of the fact that environmental impact assessment dues were not really met, right? It was not really, the assessment was not good. The kind of impact that project would cause outweighs the benefits, and so that was temporarily halted. So at least those were examples we can actually look up to.
Thank you very much.
Talking to the medical emergency question, I think we in Nigeria, the medical emergencies program definitely is not where we want it to be, but we see different maturity from state to state. There are some states in Nigeria, you call a number and somebody actually pick up and try to get to you. But before we get to a state where we have this working in every nooks and cranny of Nigeria,
I think we will just need to do more of rural advocacy and training for people who can do immediate interventions where the women cannot get to the places where they can. And I mean, in talking about the infrastructure, I've read news about somebody going and the road just collapsed because of flood. Yeah, it's saddening. Thankfully, the minister is emphasizing on concrete roads, building better and all of that. But to say the health centers, the hospitals will be built to this standard, I think it will take a while because some of these discussions needs to go into the building codes that will then make it mandatory that when you are building this type of structure, this following standards has to be met. So it's not something I see happening in the next just a few years, but it's a good thing that the discussions are starting, the standards are being written, the implementation will start, but before we get there, how much of advocacy and training can we give to rural settlers so that immediate help can be given to people when the need arises? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. So before I answer that question, maybe just to add to what she just said. So I'm aware that there's a green building code being written now. It's going on. I think, like she said, it will take some time, but we're already thinking, and it's been reviewed now. It's been worked on, which was prescribed especially for cases like these. You know, how it will build and all of that. So hopefully before that comes up, like you said, we'll step up the advocacy and get that done. So to the question on local material. So I think maybe I wasn't very clear in my presentation because we didn't have enough time. In fact, part of the life cycle analysis to be called low carbon is also local sourcing of your material. In fact, if you understand the full scope of emission calculation, you have scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. So your scope 3 actually take account of where you are bringing the material from. So for example, even if the product were low carbon and you are bringing it all the way from China, the kilometer traveled, by the time you figure it into your calculation, in fact, you might be worse off overall. So when I say low carbon material, and again, coming back to the Lafarge example, I'm actually talking about calcine clay sourced locally. Calcine clay sourced locally in the country. And what we are now even doing now in Lafarge is we are working with the SON now to even bring that at scale to allow this to be, because like you rightly said, there are some clays. I don't know how many of us would like to live in a clay house. I mean, there's nothing absolutely wrong with building a clay house, but you also need to build for the audience and the generation. Many of the Gen Zs, that we have, I don't know, this is a clay house, it's cooling. It has those good, but you can use that to design the kind of building that we want. So which is why calcine clay, a material that is in abundance locally, can be used to build a low carbon house. You don't need to go and import it. So they are available locally. In fact, there's an abundance of research that has been done. We know where they are, we know the quality, and they are available abundant in Nigeria today.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists, please. You would agree with me that they've done justice to this topic. I mean, this feels like a masterclass, not just a panelist session. So designing the cities of tomorrow, we must consider climate resilient infrastructure for Nigeria's growth. We've talked about health and safety. We've talked about sanctions. We've talked about building for the next generation. And I know that a lot of awareness will go out from this room today, but you can always ask questions and you can get in touch with any of them after this session. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for this brilliant set of people. Thank you. And I remain Adirunke Akpata from Lafarge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So just remain on stage. I will invite the chair of the summit to please join them for a group photograph. Commissioner Jigawa State, River State, Abia, and Ogun State. Please join them on stage. And thank you. The Lafarge group, you can join. After that, we'll just take one for just the panelists. Please, Lafarge group, make it snappy. Okay, let's just have the panelists and the chairman. Chairman, please, let me crave your indulgence. Just the panelists and the chairman. Chairman, just you and the panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman. Photographer, can you take place? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, can we give the panelists, moderators, or the panelists a warm round of applause? Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we had a swell time. A lot of innovations. I was believing that, well, the smart cities are for tomorrow. I was believing that we'll be able to get there. I had a lot of questions, but for time's sake, but maybe I'll have a conversation with because I come from a flood-prone area, something that is natural, and he talked about flood control. I don't know how his device is going to work from where I come from, at the Atlantic. I don't know how it's going to work in a place like Brass. Really? We need to see that experiment too. Well, thank you so much. That's innovative. If it's real, it's innovative. Thank you so much. One round of applause for them again. a lot has been said, and the issue of enforcement, you know, is very key in Nigeria. We hope and believe that we'll get there. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, while the panel session was going on, our erudite chairman walked in quietly. He's a father, a leading player in the oil and gas industry. I'm from Port Harcourt, so that name was a very popular name. He's the chairman of AlphaMed and San Leon Energy UK Limited. He's a former MD and chair of Shell Petroleum Development Company. He's also a global sustainability advisor to the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group. Please join me in welcoming the chairman of the summit, Dr. Mutiu Smonu, Commander of the Niger. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion with your presence. We heard you would have been here yesterday, but you had a worthy representative. Dr. Gumbo was here, Osagi Gumbo was here to represent you, who is one of your sons, I would say, in SPDC. I won't be wrong if I say that. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you. Quickly, we will take 2 goodwill messages. I will invite the Commissioner of Environment, Jigawa State. Okay, it's not here. Let me take. Let me invite the Commissioner for Environment, River State, who is ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, Sir Orwell Okerenku. Please step forward. In 2 minutes, give your goodwill message. I encourage please, warm round of applause. If the Commissioner comes back, he will join and also give us goodwill message for 2 minutes. Mr. Commissioner, sir, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. MC. For want of time, let me rest on the existing protocol. For me, it is a privilege to be here to represent my state, the River State. And then I am happy with what is going on here. This Nigeria Environmental Summit group has actually marshaled out a lot of challenges by the fact that this summit has exposed a lot of opportunities and a lot of vulnerabilities. The team, Unlocking Nigeria's Green Economy, Driving Climate Action and Environmental Governance, couldn't have come at a better time. For us in River State, we are at the center of it, given our position as a state that is sitting on a whole lot of oil exploration. Those activities of oil exploration and the environmental hazards we go through daily has actually kept us on our toes. So coming here today, we have learned enough, And I want to assure this group that the Ministry of Environment, representing the state government, will go home and inform the authorities, especially in our state. And we want to say that what is happening here will help a lot of states that are having climate challenges, like River State. So on behalf of River State government, we want to associate ourselves with the summit group and believe that a day will come when the entire program that is happening here will be relocated to River State. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. That's a commitment, I would say, from River State. And we'll be glad to be in Port Harcourt. If you put everything in place, the next summit can go to Port Harcourt. Thank you so much. So let's get ready for Port Harcourt. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will take the second goodwill message. Let me invite Dr. Lawal, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment, Ogun State, to give us a goodwill message in 2 minutes. Thereafter, I will invite the chairman of the implementation team. I will invite the chairman of the implementation team to come and give a welcome note. Honorable Commissioner, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to respect the established protocols. It's my great pleasure to join the distinguished environmental professionals, policymakers, development partners, researchers, and stakeholders here. On behalf of Ogun State government, under the leadership of His Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, and the Honorable Commissioner for Environment, I convey my warm greetings. I want to say here that Ogun State is committed to advanced environmental governance through the effective policies, climate action initiatives, and management reforms. For Ogun State, this meeting cannot come at a better time than we are now. A lot of restructurings are taking place, and I can assure you that when I get back to the state, we've learned some new things that will help in the development of the next action in Ogun State. So I want to say that we've learned a lot. I personally had just joined the environmental family. I think I've learned a lot, and that will be put into action in the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner, Environment, Ogun State. We're happy with the commitments we're getting from the states. Before I take the next item, let me recognize one of the environmental thought leaders in our midst, the pioneer registrar and chief executive officer of the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria. He's been with us a couple of, while the conversation was going on. Let me respectfully recognize the presence of Sanitarian Augustine ABCK, Pioneer CEO, Environmental Health Council of Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir. Good to have you here. Also, if you look at my right, you'll see the Hall of Fame. 12 persons that will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. So that ceremony will come up shortly. The award ceremony will come up shortly. People have impacted environmental personalities of all times in Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir. Let me also invite Mr. Ifeanyi Peters Ugweke. I hope I got that right. Ugweke. National Team Lead Partnership for Agile Government and Climate Engagement. Warm round of applause for him. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. Thank you for all the good work you've been doing with regards to climate change and the environment. Thank you so, so much. Good to have you. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite to make his remark the young man that has brought us here together, that has gathered us here, a young man that has worked very, very hard in the environmental sector, is the chairman of the NESt2026 implementation team. He is a UN Global Environmental Expert. He is a two-time winner of the Nigerian Sustainability Health Consultant Award 2021-2022, and also the winner of the Nigerian Pillar of Environmental Health Award 2025 by the federal government. Let's give the young man a round of applause, even if we don't know who he is. Let me invite to please step forward, Dr. Edwin Isotu Ede. Please celebrate him, an amazing young man, smart and intelligent young man. Thank you so much. Please, you have not spoken to us since this summit started. Please, let's have your remarks. Talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished MC, for your kind words. The distinguished chairman of the Nigerian Environmental Summit 2026, Dr. Motiu Somono, CON, former MD of Shell and chairman of many boards of globally known organizations here in Nigeria. The immediate one-time registrar and CEO of the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria, Sanitarian HBCK, Augustine. I think these are people that have laid the foundation for the works that we have come at this moment and this generation to continue. Thank you for your presence. The delegation from Lafarge Africa, a powerful sustainability partner in driving the green economy sector in Nigeria. The delegates from Lafarge, thank you for coming. Our wonderful ladies of dignitaries who have come all the way from all parts of Nigeria. Special commendation to the beautiful ladies, former PAMSECs, and those who believe that Nigeria should be a better place. The Green Queen of the summit and an Nollywood Pathfinder, the biggest film industry in Africa. Matilda Lambert, thank you for your wonderful presence. And of course, the Executive Secretary of the Nigeria Environmental Summit Group, Chemist Rita Michael Ojo, thanks for your sterling leadership. And all other noble professionals, especially our wonderful commissioners who have traveled from all parts of the country to be part of this conversation. We want to say we acknowledge your presence, and of course, our very beautiful and wonderful audience enthusiasts, and passionate professionals in the environment sector. Permit me at this point to stand on other existing protocol. The environmental sector in Nigeria has experienced a lot of journey to the point where we are now. And in this journey, there were challenges and there were obstacles. But something is very key, is that we cannot continue business as usual. If our streets have to become clean, it means that we have to all mobilize effort from all sectors. And we have realized that this is not a work that the government alone can do. The private sector and many other stakeholders will come in. So today, my duty is very simple, is to officially welcome us to day 2 of the program, especially our noble chairman, and remind us that where we are today doesn't come by chance. There were very dedicated experts in the sector who are in different ministries, because when we are talking about the environment sector, it's not only the Federal Ministry of Environment. The environment includes the air, the land, the water. Water resources is also there. Blue economy is also there. So those pathfinders, over 5,000 Nigerians voted over the past couple of months. Selection were done, and then the top 12 of those pathfinders will be selected. Today, too, the cleanest state in Nigeria will also be announced. This is not something that somebody just go to his house and think and select them. There were a lot of processes that we are taking. We are going to know in the whole of Nigeria which state is the cleanest, which state is the best when it comes to environmental governance. Under decree of the federal government around open defecation, we'll also know which is the state that is the best in Nigeria in terms of practicing open, making sure that they end open defecation. So all this will be showcased today. And we also want to hear from you, because sometimes when big events like this are curated, the voices of the people and what people really want to see is missing. So when we go to the tea break and come back, we are going to hear the real voices. What are things that you're hungry about in the Nigerian environment that needs to change? That real conversation will take place immediately after we have our tea break. But permit us to give us some few insights, just in 5 minutes. Media, please, can we have a slide on? In just 5 minutes, I want to take us through a very simple journey. So it's a journey on the understanding why we need to move from here. Not this slide, please. The main slide. Not this one. Sorry for the break. So taking us on the journey towards looking at having one conversation in the environment, where we are now and where and what we need to move forward, moving from here. Okay. All right. Sorry. Can you get a bit more of my phone? Apologies for the short break in transmission. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. So it's just to take us on a very quick journey, understanding that there were quite plethora of many problems we have in the environment sector in Nigeria. And all of those problems cannot be solved in one conversation we are having in this summit. We shall be looking at them one after the other. For example, typically is the issue of chemicals and pesticides in our food chain. In those days, you can go on the roadside and take a bite on akara and be very sure that that akara, the beans, is produced by a local farmer in Benue without being adulterated. But today, we see that as dangerous and as carcinogenic as sniper or some organochloride pesticide is being used to preserve beans, and we all consume them. And then we see many rising cases of non-communicable diseases like cancers. Before, cancer is usually known before now that it's a disease of a big man. Are we together? Are we together? Yes. Before in Nigeria, when you have somebody has a cancer, say this is a big man. But today, even small children are coming up with cases of cancer. These issues rise for concern because the food system we have is compromised. And it permits me to say that I grew up from a village to see that if you plant a grain of corn on the soil, and after some months, that corn germinates and produces the corn husk, which we eat. It is that same corn is what you're also going to use to plant for the next season. So what happened? And how do we get here to the point where you cannot use the same corn you're eating to plant? That our mothers in the villages have to go and buy a special seedlings of corn before we can eat the next season of corn. These are issues that is getting to tipping points. Of course, we talk about open defecation, waste management, for example, poor waste management. Just stop there. Waste management, for example, why is it that for over 60 years Nigeria have existed? Why is it difficult for us to have one engineered landfill? A landfill that can do waste separation and segregation, manage all the kinds of waste, and then we ensure that the residue that is going out is a residue that is fit to go into the environment. I know it was only Cross River State in the early 2020 that made an attempt under, what is his name of the governor? Donald Duke. But eventually, when he left power, we all go back to the same open dumping up to today. Now, the rainy season have started, and we are talking about flood. Do we still want to wait until people's life, a lot of lives are lost, before we're not taking mitigation measures? So we are going to have this conversation, and what is going to come up from this section, clear policy pathways, policy brief will be sent to the federal government of Nigeria, to the president. Because sometimes, from experience working at a high level, sometimes the people at the high level are also completely ignorant because they are surrounded by people who will not tell them the truth. Hello? Are we together? Just next slide. If you put this in context, there are facts and figures. For example, 29% of the burden of disease in Nigeria is attributable to risk factors in the environment. What that means in a very simple terms is that if you go to Gudu Cemetery in Abuja, hello? We all know Gudu, right? If you live in Abuja, you know Gudu. If you know Gudu, can I see your hands up? Gudu, beautiful. If you go to Gudu Cemetery, I was privileged to go to Gudu Cemetery, and I spent about 3 hours for a funeral. And one thing that made me so emotional is to see that in the past 1 hour staying there, most of people, bereaved family who bring their corpse into that place were not people who were aged 60, 70. They were young Nigerians, some of them 18, some of them 20, some of them 30. Young dreamers. So something is going wrong, and we need to find a way to fix it. So what it means is that if you go there, and for every 4 people that died in the country, 1 life could have been saved. if we address environmental risk factors efficiently. That is what this means as an environmental epidemiologist. That's what it means. It's even higher because 29, it's not even 25. Of course, climate change is exacerbating, even talking about some of the coastal areas from Lagos down to Bayelsa, Anambra, which have the sea level, including Lagos, that the sea level is very low. So these are some of the context of the problem. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the real problem, what problem do we really need to solve when we're talking about one platform, one conversation, bringing everybody together? Is very clear. Is that we cannot address a problem when the energies are dissipated in different ways. When, for example, what NESra is going on the field to enforce, it's the same thing environmental head officers are going on the field to enforce. Sometimes those of you in the oil and gas company, you see an agency of government came for enforcement in the morning, and another agency of government also come again on the same issue from a local government or from a state government. So to strengthen that level of coordination and weakness among government agencies, we need to have one conversation and one accountability platform where we, in the next summit or in the next years to come, we want to see, for example, Ministry of Water Resources coming to tell Nigerians, in the past 1 year, this is what we have done. And hear from the people, the feedback. Ministry of Environment also come out to report, because that's the only way we can strengthen governance. If we are not talking to each other, we cannot strengthen governance. The second problem we want to solve is that the same problem we want to solve also presents an opportunity for us, which is the green economy that is worth over 21 million pounds. And this can help to create jobs opportunities for many number of Nigerians. And the third thing, which is an issue that we can see that the result is also playing out in this summit, is there are a lot of talents in the country, young talents that never had opportunity. Some of us will not be speaking where we are if we never had the opportunity. Okay? We found a system where if you have a solution, until you know one big man, nobody give you a space. Okay? And that is the beauty of this co-creation platform you see. That if you go outside, you see the banner that is here is not provided by any UN agency. It's provided by a partner, one organization, or one person or the other. Every aspect of this event put together is not coming from one entity. It's a co-creation. So it's to see how we can mobilize talents to solve some of this problem across. And we see that mobilization that for this summit, over 1,500 persons registered to be physically present here. And over 5,000 have engaged to be part of this discussion. And the ecosystem owns 655,000 experts currently. So that is the only way we can unlock these opportunities. And I want to thank the Lafarge Africa, the UN partners, the Federal Ministry of Environment, and of course, the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group. Next slide. So let's skip this one because we already have policies. We are talking about action now. Next slide. Next slide. Fine. So these are the key reflections from the conversation we've had yesterday, is that there is need for us to have a digital documentation archiving of environmental policies in Nigeria. And I think Ministry of Environment officers who are here, that issue of digitization of documents and things have been coming out clear. And I believe that even some of the state governments can really take up this approach and see how they can collaborate. Because if all the policies that government have promulgated is in the head of somebody, nobody can access it anywhere, then it means there's a problem. A company is being sanctioned on a policy and a law that is completely not aware. So how can we have access to this? This is a problem that we need to solve. The second thing is that we must have one report on environment sector, which we call the Nigeria Environmental Sustainability Report. Okay, that talks about the general environment of Nigeria, where we are today and where we need to go. That is an issue. Issue of data and surveillance came up yesterday very strongly. One conversation platform and monitoring this, I think this particular issue is being addressed by the fact that we are having this platform and we're discussing. The issue of interagency collaboration was raised strongly. And of course, the issue of the just transition has been even re-echoed by Lafarge Africa, even in their conversation, to say we can't do business as usual. Even in your personal building, we need to start going green. So these are just my reflections for today, and I want to wish us all the best as we move into other sections. Thank you very much for the privilege of your attention.
Warm round of applause for Dr. Edwin Isotu Ede, Chairman of the Summit Implementation Team. Thank you so much for the insightful presentation. Some of the facts, some of the figures here are mind-blowing. And this is the right room for that conversation. One platform, one platform, one platform, strengthening environmental governance. Thank you so much. Chairman, I was looking at you. Initially, you were not responding, but you now flowed. Thank you so much. All right. We'll soon go for tea break, but we need to hear from our father in the house. A great man, a key player in the sustainability industry and in the oil and gas industry. He needs to talk to us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the chair of the summit, Dr. Mutiu Simonu, Commander of the Niger, to please address the summit.
Is it morning or afternoon already? Good day, all. First of all, I'd like to apologize for not being with you yesterday, but I'm also very pleased that the man who represented me did a fantastic job. I would also like to thank all those who organized this event. It has been a long journey from what I can see. And the output is also exceedingly commendable. Even though I missed yesterday, but the summary given by Dr. Edwin gave me a very good idea of the kind of conversation that took place yesterday. So I thank you all for turning up. But the reflection I have had on sustainability is a very interesting one. Because while in active career, we were discussing sustainability some 20 years ago. Even in Share, we then set up a sustainability department. And I remember asking the guy who was heading that department to say, what is your job? Honestly, he could not explain it to me. He kept going forward and backward. Don't compromise tomorrow for today. And I felt this was no job. And he used to be in environment department. So when I now see where we are today, it is a lot of leap forward. Then we were still talking theories that we don't even understand. But here today, we are talking practical actions. I listened to the Lafarge story. It's exceedingly impressive. So sitting here, I feel really convinced that Nigeria is also very ripe to play the sustainability game. So I thank all those of you here who are practitioners. I thank those of you who are just here to listen, and I hope that you have a lot of things to take away. I wish I'm still very active in service. I would have liked to take some of your offer to build a sustainable house and get some money back. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think on a more serious note, the time to discuss sustainability is now. We have everything we need in Nigeria to drive sustainability. But what I think is still missing is that coordination. All the resources we need, the talents we need, the finances we need are there. But coordination is key. And I'm hoping that one thing that we'll take away from this conference is discussion on how to collaborate. We'll take away from here what kind of partnership can help us to start to drive sustainability on a much more serious note. So that is my pitch to you, and I hope that you will run with it, such that when we meet here again, we will see even more progress than we have seen at this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Warm round of applause for our chairman. The time is now to have the conversation on sustainability. And we need just one platform, proper coordination. He has laid it there. That's the foundation, and that's why we're gathered here. Thank you, sir, so much for those warm remarks. And for those of us in the industry, those of us coming in, it's a guiding path to us. Thank you so much. Please, the owner of the vehicle, Abuja 212DD, please kindly check your vehicle as the front glass is down at the car park, please. If the owner of the vehicle, Abuja 212DD, is here, kindly check your vehicle. Thank you so much. The tea room is open. We invite our key partners, invited guests, to go there to pitch their ideas on the way forward with regards to environmental sustainability. The various states here, I'm happy the Commissioner for Jigawa has been there. Thank you so much, sir. The PS River State too has been there. My sister from Ogun State and my brother from Abia, you also need to be there as well and see and hear for yourself and take it back home. Thank you so much. This is just to inform us that one of our biggest sustainability partners for this summit, Lafarge Africa, is transiting, so to say, better services, brighter colors, with a new name. But that new name does not change anything, but better services follows it. So they're inviting each and every one of us to join that celebration online on the 21st of June. That's Sunday. On Sunday, they're inviting everybody. They are transiting. There is a new launch, a new Lafarge Africa. So everybody is invited to be part of the celebration. Thank you so much for all that you've done for this summit. Thank you so much. And Iman, thank you for that. Your presentation is evoking some sort of a conversation. Me, I'm still thinking, looking at where I come from, the workability, but I know it will work. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now go for tea break. The chairman of the implementation committee will lead the VIPs to the VIP room for the tea break. And all our esteemed invited guests will also go to that point. But let's try and be orderly, please. We are professionals, and let's behave in a professional manner. You will be guided by the protocol and the ushers. It will take it roll by roll. So please, let's be orderly. Okay. The food today is sufficient. We have ×2, ×3 of what we had yesterday. So let's just try and be civil about it. When we come back, we'll take some goodwill messages. We'll go into the next panel session, which is climate financing. I hope that all the speakers, the panelists, the moderator, and the speaker is ready. We'll take climate financing. Thank you so much. Do have a beautiful brunch as it is. Thank you.
It is with great honor and profound gratitude that I welcome you to the Nigerian Environmental Summit, NESt2026. I am delighted to welcome you to what has become Nigeria's foremost platform for environmental sustainability dialogue.
Nigeria is a big country with different ecological zones. But within these massive challenges, there is great opportunities to completely reshape our future and give our youth a better world.
Such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why.
It is with great honor and profound gratitude that I welcome you to the Nigerian Environmental Summit, NESt 2026. I am delighted to welcome you to what has become Nigeria's foremost platform for environmental sustainability dialogue.
Nigeria is a big country with different ecological zones. But within these massive challenges, there is great opportunities to completely reshape our future and give our youth a better world.
It is with great honor and profound gratitude that I welcome you to the Nigerian Environmental Summit, NESt 2026. I am delighted to welcome you to what has become Nigeria's foremost platform for environmental sustainability dialogue.
Nigeria is a big country with different ecological zones. But within these massive challenges, there is great opportunities to completely reshape our future and give our youth a better world.
It is with great honor and profound gratitude that I welcome you to the Nigerian Environmental Summit, NESt 2026. I am delighted to welcome you to what has become Nigeria's foremost platform for environmental sustainability dialogue.
Nigeria is a big country with different ecological zones. But within these massive challenges, there is great opportunities to completely reshape our future and give our youth a better world.
It is with great honor and profound gratitude that I welcome you to the Nigerian Environmental Summit, NESt2026. I am delighted to welcome you to what has become Nigeria's foremost platform for environmental sustainability dialogue.
Nigeria is a big country with different ecological zones. But within these massive challenges, there is great opportunities to completely reshape our future and give our youth a better world.
Okay. Distinguished participants at the foyer, please come inside. Participants still at the foyer, please come inside. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the tea break. I want to believe that we are all refreshed and energized to go into the next session. The coordinator of the community voices, are we ready? Community voices. Mr. Nkanta, are we ready? Are we ready? Please, protocol officers, help us to bring in everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite to take the next program, the Community Voices, Green Nigeria, One Conversation. Is the playlet like a town hall meeting? Let me invite Chemist Isigina Nkantato, please step forward and anchor that segment of the program. Chemist Isigina Nkanta, please step forward and anchor the community voices. Thank you so much. And the next 2 hours, we'll leave this venue.
All right, thank you so much. We're having a special segment now, the community voices, the green voices. To facilitate this segment, 2 beautiful Nigerian women. Please join me as I welcome Tracy Uzoigwe from Love FM. Put your hands together as Tracy joins in this. Thank you. This program is also supported by the Clean Nigeria Initiative, who are focused on open defecation free in this country. Join me as I welcome the head of the Secretariat, Mrs. Okpara, to join me on this section. Thank you. As you can hear from the background, we are welcoming you to the village meeting. We are here as villagers to talk about things that is bothering us in our community. The community voices offers everyone the platform to be able to speak on issues bothering them so that the stakeholders, the government, can know about this. A lot of people feel that they are not closer to the government, and so their voices are not heard. Today we are going to have a set of elders that will listen to us and take our message to the government, and also advise us on what to do. The Green Voices, the community voices, is a town hall meeting. And so we know that all of us come from one village or the other, from one community or the other. We want to have real conversation now. We want to have real talk on issues affecting us. We are talking climate change, climate change. Is it real? Do we understand climate change at the level of the village? What are the issues that government is not talking about? You know the issues of chemicals when we're using chemical to ripen our fruits and all that. These practices in our agriculture, as a community, we are now going to have a conversation where we talk about this. But before then, we want to constitute our elders panel. Those that will listen to the community people talking. Let me invite Tracy Uzoigwe to introduce our elders as we constitute our community forum of elders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nkanta. And once again, welcome to the Community Voices segment. Like he has already said, I'm Tracy, and I'm going to be calling on our elders that will listen to the community, provide some real-time solutions. So first on the list here, I have, with a round of applause, please join me to welcome Professor Prince Chinedu Mom. He is the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Environment, Rivers State. Let's have him upstage, please. Oh, okay, okay. Prof is still refreshing. So while we wait for Prof, let me call the next elder. Okay, the next person I have here is Professor Benedine Apmu, Professor of Geography, ABU Zaria. I don't know if Prof is in the building. Oh, with a rousing of appreciation, please let's welcome Prof. I'm happy to know that the first elder arriving is a woman. Okay, so the next person here is Daranfong Basi, Clean Tech Hub from HOMEF. He is the son of the legendary Mimo Basi. Please, let's welcome him. Okay, I have Dr. Nura Ibrahim, the Honorable Commissioner of Environment and Climate Change. That is Jigawa State. Thank you so much, sir. You've really been participating from all the way. Sorry? Oh, okay. All right, so join me again to welcome another elder that is going to be listening to us today, Chibuzo Madubuko. He is Environmental Management and Control Chairman, Environmental Management Association of Nigeria, Rivers State. I don't know if he's here. Elder, you're welcome, sir. Let's welcome our elders properly, please, so that they can provide proper solutions. And don't forget, we have our green ambassador seated here. I really appreciate your contribution to this program today. Our green ambassador is Matilda Lambert from Nollywood. She's a Nollywood actress. No, don't worry, you can. Yeah, you can contribute from there. Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause to all our elders seated here. So now we are really, really ready to drive down to the grassroots. The realities, how they are. Yeah? You know, most times when we are having environmental conversations, it's usually within the global scale or within the national scale like what we're having now. But environmental impacts, those issues, they are not global really. They are community-based. You can really feel, when you're talking about climate change, for instance, when you're talking about biodiversity loss, a man gets to the number of maybe the tons of beans or whatever he gets to get each time he goes to the farm, keep decreasing every year. And like Dr. Edwin mentioned just before we got to this section, most seeds cannot be replanted again. These are their daily realities. So when you talk about waste management, environmental pollution, when you're talking about flooding, is it access to clean water? These things are real. Most times if you're driving, maybe if you're traveling by road and you get through some communities, you will see where human beings, community members are drinking for the same open source that cattle and other animals are drinking from. So in this section, we're going to have the opportunity to listen to people that are have first-hand experience. These are their daily realities to talk to us. And this is where the solutions also, we can find some of the solutions, especially local-based solutions, solutions that are sustainable. We're talking about sustainable environment today. So we're going to be having an opportunity to hear from you as well, your daily realities and solutions that can we can engage both government, private sector, international organizations to bring to fore, so that it's not just talking over people's head. At the end of the day, we are bringing solutions that are not practicable. You have to start enforcing or forcing people to do it. But when we involve our community voices from onset in developing these things, it's easier for them to just say through and be able to, we don't have to spend so much trying to enforce or get them to really do it. If I cook your soup the way you want it in your village, do I need to carry cane to get you to eat the soup? No, I won't. But if I just go to YouTube and say, this is how they cook egbara soup, you have to put okpeye before this one. And then you're cooking the egbara soup for egbara man, and he's not there. At the end of the day, he will tell you, I beg, it's not okpeye we use. Oh. We use, we use dawadawa. Dawadawa don't need to boil. So you now have to now start carrying cane to force him to eat the soup. Does it really make sense? So that we don't get to spend so much enforcing these things when community voices are heard, are brought to the table, even on those global conversations. So I welcome every one of us to this beautiful section. I'll hand over to, okay. Yeah, so we are going to go straight into this conversation right now. I would like to hear from you. We all, okay, you want to come in? Okay, fine. So let's get him to start up this conversation before me and my Ms. Okpara will come back again.
Thank you, Tracy. Put your hands together for Tracy. Thank you. Tracy, I don't know how long you have gone to the village. So we have constituted the Elders Forum. Mazi Chubuzo, you will be the secretary of the forum. So whatever our people say, we'll write it down. When Professor Nom will be with us in 2 minutes now, he will be the head of the Elders Forum. So he will help us take this message to the government and to whoever will hear this. Thank you so much, Ms. Okpara. Let's start.
Our community people, I greet everyone. Then say, green economy starts from a clean environment. They also said, waste is not waste until it is wasted. They also said, climate change begins with the community. A whole lot have been said. They have talked about the issues around seedlings. We've talked about the issues around openification. They've also talked about the bigger one, which is the waste. And we're also aware that a clean environment attracts investment, attracts health, and a whole lot. So let's hear from you. What are the issues? How do we get, what can you do? And of course, you'll be telling us what government will also do. So we want to hear the voices from the community. So who is going to? Thank you very much. So we have some people that will get started. Fine. So we'll get started. Yeah, let's hear your voice.
A very good afternoon to everyone. For want of time, I would like to crave your indulgence to stand on the already established protocol. I am Ambassador Isiaka Ali Mustafa from Nasarawa State, and I coordinate a youth-led and community-based organization named Youth Advocacy for Sustainable Development in Nasarawa State. At Youth Advocacy for Sustainable Development, we focus on environmental sustainability and sanitation. We focus on civic and community engagement. We also focus on youth empowerment through skills acquisition, skills development. We also look at resource mobilization, which most of whatever we get today beneath the ground, beneath the earth, it started from a particular community. Wherever I found myself, I always talk in defense, or should I say in advocate for youth to be involved in every decision that will be taken. Because I feel we constitute over 70% of the population in the country. And I've noticed there's an issue of sanitation in our community. And hence I've try to see if we can be able to, project a particular project, wash and communities. It's actually a youth-led and water hubs. We, particularly in the north, there's this issue of climate action. It's not just about emission. It's an issue of governance, that attention is not actually taking consideration to it. So I feel if water hubs will be provided, because at the end of the day, there's this water conflicts that we've seen, and the desertification too, that have led to headers, headed to the south, and then there's this water conflict as a result of no much water. I feel if there will be enough water hubs, so to say, in some communities, let's say a power solar one, and as well as to get rid of open defecation, we also propose to see if they can take care of digest toilets, and then wasting hub, sorting waste. To differentiate between waste and to sort nylons, plastic, and what have you. This will go a long way. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Our elders, you have heard him. And I'm sure that maybe, but for want of time also, would actually go straight to the point. No need for the introductions. Just give us your point. And once we have taken like 2 or 3, we'll hand over to our elders who would actually respond to that. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much. My name is Iweze Rose from Environmental Management and Occupational Health. Well, I want to itemize all the concerns, from my organization. Number 1 is waste management in Nigeria. In fact, Nigeria is lacking sustainability in all phases, in all things. Waste management in Nigeria is lacking. We don't have a specific place where, in fact, we don't even have waste segregation. We don't have the waste segregation systems whereby, the needles will be segregated from the municipal waste, and then so on and so forth. So that when you're going to recycle, you can take it to a point, where it can be recycled. And the liquid waste, if you go around Abuja, the whole place is leaking, and the whole place is smelling, and it's attracting mosquitoes, it's attracting all manner of pests and insects, and that will lead to health challenges as well. Then, talking about another issue concern is the tree cutting. The rate of tree cutting in Abuja is alarming. And I don't know whether, just like somebody mentioned, I think it's the coordinator mentioned, that some of these leaders or some of our people in positions, they are kind of ignorant of what is going on. I don't know who is telling them to be cutting these trees without planting. There's a policy that says if you cut 1 tree, you will plant 5. But nobody is even bothered about planting. I don't know where they're taking the timbers to. I don't know what is going on. I don't know whether the FCT minister is aware, or the health and the environment, mandate is also aware.
Okay.
Then we have about policy somersault. We don't have a sustainable policy that goes for about 10 years. Each government that comes in, they want to start their own. And everybody just keeping quiet. But in some countries, you can't do that. We have to, if you come in, you continue from where the last government stopped. Then another thing is about our leaders are not patriotic. And that has gone down the stage, the drain, that people are not even patriotic. Our leaders need to be patriotic let us take environment, for example. Let us have environmental patriotic leaders. And then we have, corruption is also an issue. And then air pollution, what is going on in the air? The vehicles are just polluting the atmosphere, releasing carbon monoxide and all that, and people are inhaling it.
Yeah.
And we're just good about it.
Thank you very much.
Those are my concerns. And then I don't know, I can have another time to speak about the solutions.
We have taken
Thank
note
you so much.
of all that. We have taken note of what you have said. We'll just take one more, and then one on the other side, please. So we'll take one more, and then our elders would respond. Yes, please.
Hello. I am Sani Abdullahi from Katsina State. My message is We want inclusiveness in decision making. Inclusiveness in the sense that the defaulters, for example, those who are cutting down of trees extremely, they should be included in decision making so that they will be an example to others. When they stop, they will be a cited example to others to stop the menace of the cutting down of trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last one, and then we'll just one last one. Then let the elders.
Thank you very much. My name is Kenneth Chiko Akuma. I'm a GIS developer, and I've worked as a GIS specialist at Dalco McLaren, the consultant and environmental consultancy company in the UK for the past 3 years. One of the things I noticed upon my return was the level of desertification in Abuja. I mean, I remember coming back from the airport and I was quite shocked. I wondered if I'd landed in the desert. And it's something everyone has pointed out. A lot of trees are being cut down, and no one is concerned about the environmental impact, especially the level of desertification. One of the things I learned from handling projects, environmental project, infrastructure projects as a GIS specialist, was that there was a policy being implemented called the BNG, Biodiversity Net Gain. So for every project that was being implemented, every infrastructure project, every environmental project, renewable energy project, there always had to be an equal amount of biodiversity net gain being implemented somewhere else in that environment. So if you're cutting down trees in a particular area, you need to make sure you are replacing an equal amount somewhere else to boost the ecology, to boost the biodiversity net gain. And that's the only way we can improve as a nation in terms of environmental impact. And it's something that I feel should be implemented on a national scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have noted your points. We have heard from the issues of degradation. We have also heard the issues around water. We've also heard the issues around enforcement, and of course the policies that are just not, when we get to review them, they are not being reviewed, and a whole lot that they have actually mentioned. So let's go to the Forum of Elders, and then let's hear from our elders. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I think let me start with the first issue being raised. That is the issue of maybe providing water hubs so that we can address the issue of farmers and herders clashes, because certainly the herders, they will have to move with their cattle, they have to look for water to at least for their cattle and stuff like that. I think this is very pertinent, this is very important, and this really bring to fore what the climate change issue is all about. Because by this, we are accepting that even human security is not insulated. Because these are struggles against scarce resources. Because shortage of water resource, fresh water resources are part of the impact of climate change. And this is exactly what happens when you go up north. Most of the freshwater resources are lost. Lots of state governments are not doing anything to provide these water hubs. The Pula Niman, they have to move southwards. This is what brings about the farmers and herders clashes. But what I believe is that, let me give you in my state, for example, Jigawa State, that borders Niger Republic. We have issues of desertification, deforestation, and all that stuff that you can think of. But we ensure that within 5-10 kilometer radius, you have water hubs. Because you can check the records, even animals in Jigawa have safe and good drinking water, not human beings. So we ensure that we provide that, and that reduces the clashes between the farmers and herders. And we ensure that we have even a board, Farmers and Herdsmen Board, for that purpose. So they are looking into a lot of issues, a lot of concern, addressing a lot of issues that come up as far as that is concerned. I think the second issue that you raised again, sorry, I think I jotted it down. Okay, is it waste management? Open defecation also. You spoke about open defecation. I think this is an area that I think the subnationals need to do the needful, because I believe we're not doing much. Jigawa is the first open defecation-free state in Nigeria. But what we are facing now is the price of sustaining that gain. It's one thing to record a victory, and then it's another thing to sustain and maintain that victory. It's not been easy. We are trying to look at all ways possible to ensure that we maintain that flag of open defecation-free state, and that's why a lot of states are coming to Jigawa to copy from what we've been doing, or what was the story behind our successes. And this is what I am going to say as far as that is concerned. And the issue of illegal felling of trees, I think most of the speakers, they spoke about it. Honestly, if we do not do anything, this is the greatest and the grave danger facing Nigeria. Because ab initio, like the GIS guy said, when you come into Abuja, you will see the beautiful big trees, all these, but now it's no longer the case. Go down south, the mangroves are disappearing. So there are a lot of issues. Let us appreciate the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for signing executive order banning the exportation of wood to other countries, because this in maintenance, because the mangroves are disappearing gradually. And what are they doing? Now they are coming into the hinterland, cutting trees for wood, no replacement, and even corporate desertification. That's what I call corporate deforestation. You give a contractor a contract, he cut down 1,000 trees, he's not going to replace any. In Jigawa State, there is a policy signed by all. If a contractor will come and count the trees that you cut, maybe during the course of your work, you are going to replace double that amount. Because if we don't do this, we are not going anywhere. We wake up one day, we realize that we are barren. We have issues. Illegal felling of trees are real issues of concern. But let me use this medium also to call not only the subnational government, the federal government also. We have to look at alternative source of cooking fuel. You know, we have to divulge from using firewood as the only source of cooking for most of our rural populace. I think it's a very serious issue. We need to do this. I think the Federal Ministry of Environment has unveiled the national cooking policy, and we have to look at that, but the federal government has to, and the state government also, and also the other NGOs and other development partners, we have to come and ensure that we bring into action this policy by providing this clean cook stove and other source of cooking fuel, like the gas, and make it more affordable for common man. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for one of our elders. But I think we have to try to see how we can manage our time so that all our elders would actually be able to say one or two things. Thank you very much. Yes,
yeah, thank you very much. Talking about cleanliness is an attitudinal issue. The attitude most Nigerians have does not show cleanliness. And it may have stemmed from our history, because then we had the carrying capacity to carry waste, manage waste. Now we don't have it again. You see people, if you look at even where we are sitting, look very well, you may see chewed gums, where we're sitting, to tell you it is an altitudinal issue. Now, and we forget that this issue culminates to even greater things, including climate change we are talking about. So, first and foremost, we have to know that we owe a responsibility, which is ethical, to clean our environment. And we have to be intentional about that in making sure our environment is clean, because it culminates to other things that wreaks disaster to the environment. Talking about that in relation to waste management, we are not very intentional. You see the people who are picking waste, picking a bottle or plastic bottles, when they go to a dump site, they only pick that bottle. So that's an attitude. Why? They are picking the bottle because that can give them some money. So nobody cares the other waste. But some states like Imo State have been very intentional about that. They collect those wastes and then use them to produce manure, organic manure, for which they can distribute. Even people buy it. It becomes a commercial value. So that we don't just treat waste as anything. Actually speaking, everything is a waste and nothing is a waste. So when you see it in that line, then see the ethics that you owe the world a responsibility. Then talking about the biodiversity, of course, even what we're talking about this waste has a way it culminates or affects biodiversity. When you throw waste into water, the water will be clogged. There will be no oxygen. And when there is no oxygen, what happens? Certain animals that love not having oxygen will thrive in that place. And vis-a-vis, it will culminate to the same climate change we are talking about. So, cutting of trees, we talk about illegal cutting of trees. It's the same thing. How many states have forests, policies on forests and cutting of waste? I know River State, especially when it comes to Bonny, as this area, have such policies where you do not cut any tree without permission. So how many states has that policy? So when there is no such policy, people cut these trees indiscriminately and they don't mind. And even I was on a project in Delta State where they were building a park. So I was doing that project with some South Africans. And one of them said, just after drinking water, threw it on the floor. I said, in Nigeria, they don't care. And I was very angry. I had to make him pick the bottle. So it's the attitude we do in this country about we are less fair about the country, not knowing that whatever we do will affect us and may ultimately affect our children. That is the ultimate, the sustainability we keep talking about every day. So let's not, let's reduce the grammar, the English, the talk, and do the do. You as an individual, you have a responsibility to make sure that the environment is clean and is friendly. Coming about the open defecation, I don't know whether.
Sir, you need to be.
I'm sure no smoker here. Otherwise, you see, most people who smoke, especially in the villages, they like smoking in the open with cigarettes. So that they like that, and they cannot actually do the thing except they have a cigarette with them. So there are attitudinal issues, and people prefer, even if you give them the best toilet and whatever toilet you give to them, they will prefer to go to the open. Thank you very much. I think I'm being restricted by time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, so much. You know, we don't really need to rush the elders, so let's put our hands together for them. But all the same, let's be mindful of time. Let's each person not take more than like 2 minutes because we're almost done with the time we have. And this community voices is very, very important. So if you're making your input, just let it be within just 2 minutes or at most like 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then we'll get to the next person so that we can have all the voices. There are still so many voices here that the government guys in this room need to take note of. So let's just be a bit fast.
Okay, can you hear me?
You're a young person, so you can't take more than a minute.
I'm very young, so I'm obviously not an elder. So do this. So I think the issues raised are very, very important around sanitation, wash, and tree cutting, especially in Abuja in particular, because it's becoming a serious issue. So for tree cutting in particular, I would suggest that the government, because government Nigeria have a lot of policies, but I feel like but where we always lack is enforcement. I think that's very important because if you go through all the policies at national level, they're beautiful, they're very comprehensive, but are they being enforced? That's another thing. It's also a political will of the government to enforce it as well. That's also another thing. And then also, when it comes to tree cuttings, I was listening to the discussions around sustainable cities and buildings. In our constructions, in our real estate structures, are we prioritizing putting trees there? Because I've gone to some of my house and I realized that it's mostly just concrete. People are not planting trees in their houses and all that. That's at the local level. The national level, we need to ensure that the government ensure that these trees are being replaced. You can cut them, but have the structure for the way they are replaced repeatedly, because they're very, very important.
Thank you so much for that.
Just one last thing.
Okay.
Just one last thing, sorry. And then for the waste management, I think it's very important because for people always, I mean, it's not on us for us on us Nigerians to make sure we take over environments. But the government are providing things like dustbins or public toilets, strategic locations. People are not incentivized to even dispose those waste properly. So the government needs to ensure that we have all these things situated in public places like markets, churches, schools, and all that. It has to be also education. People have to be educated about how to dispose waste by recycling. I think that's very, very important. What's my case for that now? Thank you.
Okay, so let's hear from our first elderly
Thank you.
prof in the house.
I want to start by this. Someone said something that the government is not patriotic and we are not patriotic. I want to agree with you. But who are those that make up the government and who are we? Each and every one of us here, seated right here, we are not patriotic. And if we actually want to, there's this slogan, I say the change begins with me and you. So if all of us that are here, if I'm not mistaken, we're built up to 300, if we begin to effect the change, starting from us, when you get home, in your environment, office environment, home environment, how do you manage your waste? How do you treat your waste? We were in Ghana a few years back with our students in their market, and the market women had to warn us, please do not drop anything here. If you drop anything here, you'll be arrested. Market women. How about you? How about me? So as we get back, let us be patriotic and know that the environment is ours. Now we talk about waste. I am suggesting incentivization of waste management because somebody said something that the waste pickers, they are intentional about it because they would get something along the line. If the government would make it this way, oh, sort your waste. If your waste is sorted, you are going to get something. I'm giving you 100 naira for sorted waste. I'm giving you 500 naira for sorted waste. I beg you, every family will begin to sort their waste. Because the waste we are talking about here, we know is made up of different components. The problem we have right now is cellophane waste, cellophane and plastic waste. That is what is all over the place. And it doesn't actually degrade. It lasts for a very long time in the environment, and it is actually responsible for most of the environmental issues. And I want to also remind us, when we're talking about climate change, waste is a major contributing factor. It emits methane, which is one of the greenhouse gases. Sorry, let me just come back to deforestation. It is a very big issue. And that is because deforestation is one of the major contributors to greenhouse effects. As you cut down tree, the trees are carbon sinks. What they do is to release carbon into the atmosphere. And as soon as they release the one within them, no other carbon is trapped. And what that will do is that it contributes towards pollution, and then contributes to greenhouse effect, climate change. Now, I want to, like my GIS brother here said something about GIS. Now, if you look at most of the states we have in Nigeria, most of them have their GIS department, CADGIS, Abuja Geographic Information System. But the only thing they do is to actually allocate land. That is not enough. Now, with the GIS and remote sensing, you can monitor the environment. You can monitor deforestation, such that you will know when even in fact, our forest reserves are already almost gone. They are supposed to be reserves. So with this technology, we'll be able to get data, and we'll be able to monitor the environment. And as a result of that, we'll be able to protect the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Another round of applause for Prof. Yeah, also from the conversation here now, it's obvious that so attitudinal change is a key driver to environmental sustainability. So let's get our last panelist talk, and then we'll move to another segment.
Thank you very much. I listened to a few of the comments and questions from the floor. I want to start my own response by saying that the issues we have are both policy implementation issues as well as attitudinal, issues of we, the inhabitants. On the part of the government, we have several brilliant policies, but the implementation of these policies have been a matter of a challenge. You may ask me, in this country, do we have engineered landfills? If you ask me to give an answer, my answer would be no. We do not have engineered landfills. We have converted all the burrow pits that were dug because of getting lateral to feed the roads as dump sites. And because these are not well engineered, the implication of it is that the leaches contaminate the groundwater. And of course, even the dump sites, all sorts of waste, both clinical waste, organic waste, chemical waste, and all whatnot, are all there. So you see, this is failing on the part of the government and also we as individuals. Now, it's also important for us to know that even where we have forest reserves, poaching has been a major challenge to the various forest reserves. One of the speakers here mentioned that most of the forest reserves are gone, and that is very correct. So who is at fault? Is it the government? Yes, on the part of the government, many developments have taken place, and also individuals. That's why I say the government have their own share, we equally have our own share. Now, somebody talked about biodiversity and I piqued interest there. Now, every development has a price. Humans are central to every development efforts. And that is why we cannot halt development. But in our quest to bring development, let's remember that our own welfare is central in all this. And that brings us the concept of biodiversity offsets. Now, in impact assessments, we have one of the sections which talks about mitigation measures. But at the end of the day, there are certain impacts that remain residual after all other efforts have been made. In terms of the biodiversity, those unavoidable consequences How do we compensate for them? That brings us to the concept of biodiversity offsets. Yes, you say Abuja, everywhere we are deforesting. Yes, we need development. We need to build infrastructure, road and all whatnot, you know them. But the issue is that before felling of these trees, have we taken time to do an assessment? Which of these trees are endemic? Which one are keystone species? Keystone species are very important, not for itself alone, but for the ecosystem services it provides to other organisms or other biodiversity, if I may use that word. Now, the issue is that if you find out in an area that certain species are endemic in this area, and there is a need for development of infrastructure in this area, in the analysis of the impacts and impact assessment, what can we do? We should adopt the policy of biodiversity offset, which could be in terms of like for like or for like for dislike, compensating for this unavoidable loss. Knowing that once we lose most of these forests or trees, as the case may be, we may not get them back again. So what do you do? You create another opportunity for you to regenerate this. And that is why in the Niger Delta where I come from, mangrove has been so depopulated arising from oil and gas activities. We are regenerating the mangrove. I want to give kudos to HyPrep, what they are doing in Ogoniland and other highly contaminated areas.
Thank you.
Because through this, we will be able to have continuous availability of these resources for our future generations. Summarily, I want to say that our environment is a loan. A loan we took on behalf of our future generation. And because the loan we have taken, the onus is on us to conserve this environment, because this loan we have taken, we need to pay back this loan. Our environment is our heritage. Nobody is government. We are all part of the government. Let's join hands together to protect our environment. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for that. Thank you so much, sir. So we are all government, but we still need to look at government, like the one that we are all not really part of. For instance, I'm sure, okay, they didn't get to mention a bit much about water. There was one of those community conversations we had some time ago, and when some persons from Pape, as close as Pape is here, they were talking about their water, domestic water challenges. The chief of Pape simply said, if you go river, you see shit, you go push and come out, fish water go your house. And that river, that water, where he push shit, come out, fish go in house. If you're thinking that maybe if you want to process vegetables that he will take to the market, if you want to do carrots and other things, he will go and buy merua of 200 naira to process it for you. You must be dreaming. It's that same shit water that he push, come out, fish go in house, go use. That is what he will use to process whatever is bringing to the market. And then you are in your big jeep, you wind down, oh, granite, oh, fine granite, you wind down, you buy. You're buying that shit that. So if we don't make the community environment healthy, we are all going to pay for it. So let's zero into what is the government meant to do? Somebody has said now that in the communities now, we can't plant our normal grains again. Like the corn, you can't replant again. They now say it's grain, it's no more seed. You now need to go and buy it. So government regulators or actors in that space, what are they supposed to do to make life good for the community person? Because if it's not, the shit water that he harvests the fish from, he will bring it to the city center and we'll all buy from it and we'll all pay the price. So that's where we're going to be as I hand over to. And I must say, very big kudos to Jigawa State. I don't know the miracle that Jigawa and Chizoba worked, that Jigawa can be open defecation free. Because if you go to most of our communities, you see that the men are taking their breath upstream, doing whatever they are doing upstream. And then women and children are on that same stream, downstream, fetching for water for domestic use. So this is the realities of everyday man in those communities. So let's get to here. What is government supposed to do? So that we don't talk over our voices, our heads, and it's a very beautiful rhetorics. And at the end of the day, the situation stays the same. So let's get to here. What is government really supposed to do? If you have any question or input in that line, you just say, so our elders will just contribute and we are done.
Yes. Before that, I know that we have said a whole lot, and our elders have also spoken. They have talked about also the areas where government should come in. But we are community members. And what can we do in our own capacity as community people? Because we have thrown a whole lot. Government, who is the government? Our prof said we are the government. So we also want to begin to look at what can we do within us to actually salvage the situation. Again, it was echoed here, waste is not waste until it is wasted. So we need to look critically at that. Beyond what government, yes, we have echoed it. We'll take it back to the government. But community people, what can we do? Just one or two, and we round up. I'll take one here, and I'll take one there. Thank you. Be brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Amidu Mohamed, and I'm a sustainability expert and founder of Plastic Build. So I'm going to have two things to talk about. First is about manufacturing. The Manufacturing Association of Nigeria has been pleading with the government through NESra. NESra is proposing a ban on plastics products of 80 microns and below. Why are they doing this? Because they see plastic from the lens that plastic is a problem. And as innovators and startup founders, we don't see plastic as the problem. Instead, the real problem is plastic management. If plastic is banned, it's going to unlock another problem while we are trying to solve one. And what that will do is that a lot of investment from research academic investment that has been done by investors, young people, in plastic innovation would suddenly go to waste. And everybody sits back and we cry unemployment. So let's look at it from the angle that, let's stop seeing it that plastic is the problem. Plastic was never the problem, and plastic will never be the problem. The problem is the mindset, the management of plastic. If we switch to, say, paper products or whatever, it will unlock another problem, deforestation. And we'll even have more problem than what we are currently facing. Another one is in response to what the big woman on the panel said. She spoke around GIS. Africa, as I speak to you now, we don't have a system that can track plastic waste. The primary backbone of the circular economy for Africa is the informal sector, which are the people we call waste pickers and babambolas. How do they extract this plastic? Just by working with the hope that we'll find plastic. But my startup, a climate tech startup, developed a solution for this called Plastic Map. It's Africa's Google map for plastic waste. It highlights the hotspots where the plastic are and directs the logistics company, the waste pickers, aggregators to that spot to extract them. Because in the plastic value chain, the biggest problem is logistics. Why? Plastic has very minimal weight and more volume. And that's why even though you buy plastic at the rate of maybe 200 naira per kg, the cost of moving it from the point of generation to the point of processing, you lost the entire value. And you wonder that everybody's crying recycling and plastics are just everywhere because nobody wants to make loss. So let's consider this. And please, the government, please, solutions that you go to look for abroad in the UK is right here in Nigeria. You are paying billions for foreign tech companies to build GIS solutions and all of that. And we have built this already here in Nigeria. There is no big, in fact, if you are spending 100 billion to build these solutions, give us 10 billion. We would solve the problem and even give you change. Please come to us and let us solve this problem for you and let us also make money. We need money to survive. Thank you.
We need money to survive, he has said, and it is the management that is the issue. So again, from our elders, we also heard about attitudinal change, we heard about behavioral change, and then of course we need to echo, we need to do a whole lot of sensitization around this whole issue. Just one, and there's a lady, yes, the copper. Just one.
Okay. As earlier referred to, my name is Igore Elvina. I am a serving copper. I am serving in the EPS CDS group, Environmental Protection and Sanitation. And I can tell you for a fact that we've established two things here. What can the government do and what can we do? Let me start with what I saw. I think I can clearly identify as the common man in this story. And I can tell you that while we have all these technical conversations here, the moment we step out, the average person does not have the knowledge of what we just discussed here. At the community level, at the school level, I taught my CDS group for the first time about circular economy on yesterday, not that far ago. And I can tell you only 10% had heard that word before. They've not heard of SDGs. These are our university graduates. So if at that level we are having a knowledge gap, then we are not even going to talk about what's going to be happening at the grassroots level. 70% of Nigerian population is young people. And if we want to really get the conversation going, we have to have youth advocates at the local level, speaking their language, speaking in their terminology. If they're saying clock it, people are understanding. It has to be ground. We can't be speaking sustainability here and people don't understand the impact of that conversation. So I advocate actively, and that's what I do because I have seen the gap. But where the government can come in is to empower those voices that are actively advocating and reward institutions that are building such solutions, because it's money. Everything needs funding. For information to go further, it needs funding. Education is expensive. We need to gather these people into this room. There must be a reward for it. We can punish people for throwing trash, but if you reward institution, make it trendy. Do you get? Thank you.
When the young ones talk, they say it in the way they understand it. And unless we also begin to understand the young ones, then we will only be talking to ourselves. A whole lot have been said. And when you look at it, it points down to one, we must look at awareness creation. And someone asked the question, Jigawa, how did you get it right? Community-led activities. It started from the community. It started from the grassroots. You take it from the grassroots, let them understand it and let them run it. Government didn't run it. The community did. And from the level of the community, they run it at that level, and then it begins to go up before it even gets to the level of verification and all that. That is the honest truth. So we cannot neglect our communities. And that is why even when one first thing I said, climate change starts from the community. Waste is not waste until it is wasted. So I have to give back to him, and we'll round up. Thank you very much. So sorry, we cannot.
Thank you so much. One platform. Can we clock it? All right, so that's what we're doing. For all that have registered for this event, we're going to create a link where your voices can be heard. We'll assure you that anything you put on that platform, we get to the appropriate body. And that's why I also appointed the Green Ambassador from the Nollywood. I want to hand over the microphone for her just in 30 seconds. Assure us, Ma, that this message will go to Nollywood and will go to the communities. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for Ambassador.
Good afternoon, everyone. Still standing on the existing protocols. So before I say anything, I want to emphasize on the fact that environmental sustainability is not the solely responsibility of the government or organizations. It is everybody's responsibility. In as much as you have life, you're breathing, and you're on Earth. The planet Earth is the only Earth that we have. It's the only planet that we have that we are living on. Now, as the founder of Tilda Goes Green Foundation, I have a foundation called Tilda Goes Green Foundation. It promotes environmental sustainability, climate action, youth development. Firsthand, I've been to different communities. I'm from River State, first of all. I've been to different communities. I've created awareness. I've carried, a lot of youth along with what I'm doing. And one of the communities we went to, this community has a lot of oil spillages, and the children there, they don't even have a school in this particular community. It's very close to Calabari. I don't know if anyone from River State here. Now, I went there to shoot a short story. I was supposed to submit it for the United Nations on one of the programs I saw. When I got there with my team, these people didn't know where I was from. They don't know my local government. They know I'm from Rivers, but they don't know my local government. And some of the youth in that community were speaking my dialect, not knowing that I totally understood or understand everything they were saying. And they said, this is the way they don't come now. They won't come talk, come sensitize us. Maybe they will give us something. Once they go, we'll go bust the pipe again, and we'll go continue the oil thing. Nobody will stop us. Now, these are the kind of people that we are dealing with. We're talking about government organizations. What about you as a human being? What about you as an individual? So, environmental sustainability is a shared responsibility for each and every one of us to partake in. When you go back to your homes, I love what a lot of people were saying. I was just waiting to take the mic. Once we leave this hall now, we go outside. Everybody's back to normal. Most of the things that have been discussed here, people will forget. Now, as individuals, as parents, you have responsibilities. When you get back home, talk to your children. One of the things causing climate change, like they rightly said, is improper waste disposal. You're in your car, even as an honorable, as stakeholders, as leaders, you're inside your Jeep, your big car, you finish drinking your bottled water, the next thing is you fling it. You're supposed to be a role model, sirs, I'm sorry. So why are you flinging, why are you trashing it on the streets? Some people will eat banana, you throw the peels on the streets. That can cause accidents. So you have the responsibility of speaking to your children at home, talk to the elderly ones. Even when you go to your village, there's something there's an initiative I created now. It's called Tilda Goes Green Campus Eco Challenge. It's a platform that is created to raise environmentally conscious leaders of tomorrow. Now, I've done a lot in community secondary schools in Niger Delta, and I decided to move to the university level, where I've carried this out already in Ajuri University of Education, River State University, and next month I'm going to Uniport. And from Uniport, I'm coming to your school, sir. I just learned your DVC of University of Environment in Ogoni. Now, the reason for taking it to the university level is, just like what she said, if we can get more youths, give them more platforms to speak up, more people speaking up for the environment is the only way we can distribute everything we are discussing here. If we finish talking as stakeholders, as environmentalists, environmental champions and everything, and we leave and we don't discuss it, we don't tell it out to the people out there, it's going to just crash down. Another thing is the media personalities. I don't know the people handling your pages. They need to do a whole lot. Post, talk about it, let it go viral. It is not only when they kidnap somebody or they don't go kidnap children for school. It's everywhere. Conversations like this should be everywhere. We should be tearing the internet apart. Let's see that people actually gather. Before now, when you talk about environment, the next thing they are saying, oh, it's for big companies, it's for government. No, all of us contribute to environmental degradation, and we need to do better because our actions today determine our tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you want to watch our movies, she's A-list Nollywood actress, can go to Matilda Production and can go to Tilda Go Green. Thank you so much. I hope we are appointed the right ambassador. All right, I know you want to say something, but sorry, today we want you to listen. Thank you so much, my prof. Thank you for coming. Let's put our hands together for her as they take their leave. Thank you. My commissioner, I know you will say something. Thank you. Okay, group photograph, please, Chairman. All right, thank you.
Community voices, please join up. Thank you so much for a very insightful conversation. Thank you so much. Very interesting town hall meeting we have just had. Photographers were done. Okay, thank you so much. Professor Mom, just wait behind. Yes, just wait behind. We'll quickly take the award for Lafarge immediately. We are taking the award for Lafarge immediately. So, let me invite the Executive Secretary to come on stage. Professor Mom, please come on stage. And the chairman of the implementation committee, please come on stage so that we can quickly give this award.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, MC. So to sustain this conversation, the platform is open for strategic partnership. And one of the partner for this one platform, one conversation moving forward has been Lafarge Africa. But beyond the conversation, we have also seen an intentional mainstreaming of discussions and action on sustainability by Lafarge. We saw some of the things that were done in the building industry, the cement, and many other things. And to appreciate this partnership, to sustain this conversation that is going to be coming up once every 2 years, we want to specially invite from Lafarge Africa, Rachel Ezembakwe, Director of Health, Safety and Environment, Lafarge Africa. Please put your hands together. And we invite the ES to as deliver this award will be delivered by Professor Prince Mom. Prince Mom is the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Environment and Technology, Ogoniland in Rivers State. Please put your hands together. I want to invite other dignitaries from Lafarge team, yes, to come up. So, Prof, over to you.
Thank you very much. This is Nigerian Environmental Sustainability Pillar Award. That's okay. Okay, that's good. Okay. Nigerian Environmental Sustainability Pillar Award being presented today to Lafarge Africa PLC, Environmental Sustainability Corporate Partner of the Year 2026. And this is in recognition of your standing support for Nigerian Environmental Summit 2026, dated today, 18th day of June 2026, by the Nigerian Environmental Sustainability Merit Awards, Nigerian Environmental Summit Group. Congratulations.
Yes. You can put your hands together for Lafarge now. Thank you very much. Who's speaking? Acceptance. Acceptance speech. Okay, you can. Acceptance. Yeah, acceptance. Acceptance.
Okay, on behalf of Lafarge Africa PLC, on behalf of the CEO, all of my colleagues here, we want to say very thank you to the organizer of this event. I think the Nigeria Environmental Summit has been very impactful. We are happy to be part of conversation like this, to create awareness, to come with real solution, practical solution, not just to talk, but to deliver solutions. And like you saw, many of you saw this morning, when we come to sustainability, we don't just talk, we do the work. We already have real solutions on ground, that can solve some of these issues. There's no one organization that can solve all of the climate issues. This is why we are here to collaborate, to tell you what we are doing, to learn also from you, so that we can work together, join our hands together, and solve these issues head on. So thank you again. Thank you for the recognition, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. One platform. One platform. Thank you, Lafarge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's celebrate Lafarge. The chairman, dismissed, ladies and gentlemen. We will quickly go into the next panel session. It will be a short one. Presentation will be around 10 minutes, and the panel conversation around another 10, 15 minutes. And after that, we'll take a few goodwill messages and we'll go into the award proper. Let me invite the moderator for this session to please step forward, Dr. Tobolaifa. Werikumo, Weriku Romo. Tobolaifa Weriku Romo, please step forward. The panelists, please step forward and introduce the speaker and the panelists for this session.
Yes, I do. Hello. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long day, but it's been very interesting conversations we've been having. Representing who? Okay. Anyways, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. It's been very interesting conversations we've been having. I'm sure we've all enjoyed ourselves. I can see how passionate we all are. We want to contribute. We want to speak. We want to join the conversation. This is why we're here. And, even to the young man that was saying we have a lot of things that we can do in Nigeria, we welcome you. This is why this platform was put together, so that you can come talk to people like us from the Space Agency. You can talk to people from Ministry of Environment. We can start building and developing these innovative solutions in-house. So, once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, honored guests, welcome to this session. Now we'll be looking at sustainable and climate finance, the critical bonding. To set the tone for this panel, we'll be bringing in an expert to come talk to us about financing the transition, unlocking climate capital through blended and innovative models. We are honored to have an exceptional speaker. He has spent over 2 decades navigating energy policy, capacity building, economic frameworks on a global scale. He has worked on both local and international projects. He has a PhD in renewable energy and management from Robert Gordon University in the United Kingdom, and is the technical assistant to the co-chair of the GGG. So, if your hands are not too busy, join me to welcome Dr. Afolabi Otitoju. Dr. Afolabi Otitoju, you're welcome. Don't worry. He will be setting the stage for us to have a deep conversation about the. Don't worry. Just come up. Your presentation will be sorted. Don't worry. No, come up. Don't worry. Come up. They have your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I thank you for this opportunity. The organizers put all protocols observed. I'm sorry, I know we've had a long day, and this is supposed to be an interesting aspect of this summit, but you bear with us. I'll just run over very quickly so that colleagues can come over to take further discussions. And so today I'll just quickly run us through. I'll be talking about financing green economic transition in Nigeria, unlocking capital, climate capital through blended and innovative models. To set the scene, I'd like to just talk us through very briefly what green economy is. Why do we need it in Nigeria? Why do we need energy transition? Why are we discussing energy transition? You may want to ask. So why Nigeria must embrace energy transition is basically high vulnerability to climate change. All the discussions we've had so far, deforestation and a lot of all of those issues we've discussed in previous sessions. One of those reasons why we have to embrace energy transition. We also have a growing energy demand. I've been privileged over the last 10 years to work in the Nigerian power sector. We all know that what we have right now, the supply is way below our energy demand. And so that's one of the reasons why we also need to embrace green economy and energy transition. We also need to diversify economy from oil and gas. We also need to embrace new technologies. Also, Nigeria is part of international climate commitments. And so the reason why we have to discuss and we have to embrace energy transition. So what's green economy basically? Green economy is basically talking about low carbon development, talking about resource efficiency, just like what we just had right now. How do we keep our forest? How do we use what we have sustainably and effectively? We also look at inclusion. We also look at job creation. That's a very important aspect of green economy. What are we expected to benefit from all of this discussion, all of this global agenda? Number one, increased energy access. As we speak, energy access in Nigeria is around about 60%. We still have gaps to cover. So if we go ahead and embrace energy transition, benefit will be increase in access. And when we talk about access, I see people nodding their head. When we talk about access, yes, access can be defined in so many ways. But if you look at it, even in our national policies, access roundabout is roundabout between 50 to 60%. Okay, industrial competitiveness as well. It's one of the benefits we'll get. Green jobs. Where I live in the UK, it's an oil and gas city, but interestingly, they've embraced green energy, so that you have offshore wind, onshore wind going on right now. So we can also use our own solar energy to also create more jobs for us. And then improve environmental sustainability. These are all the benefits we talk about. And how is Nigeria responding to all of this? We know we have a national commitment, net zero by 2060. We also have the Climate Change Act. We also have the NDC. And we also have recently the Energy Transition Plan. If you combine all of these strategies together, or as the way Nigeria is responding to all of these actions, if you combine all of it together and sum the strategic objective of all this document is boiling down again to universal access, poverty alleviation, sustainable industrialization, and also just and inclusive transition. And so what would that translate to if you look at it from policy perspective to the objective, to the strategy? What we expect it to translate to is Nigeria to become a leading African destination for green investment. Right now, REA and other partners are really, really pushing this. Like I said, time won't permit for me to further expand, but again, we all know the story. REA is all about pushing for this. How do we then finance? What are the requirements for the transition? Well, we need investment. And scale of investment, if you look at the ETP, we would need close to about 410 billion and above to actually meet our target by 2060. With initial investment, because we are talking about green economy. One of the characteristics of a green economy is your upfront cost. And so you are talking about an initial investment close to $23 billion. And specifically this investment is needed significantly in, number one, the power sector. Like we said, we still have huge gap of access. You also talk about transport industry, transport, and even the clean cooking, sector. So this is just a summary, the way just to put it, of where and how we need all of this, the investment. And if you then look at the climate finance landscape in Nigeria, time won't fail. I wanted to start first from the global perspective to look at how currently in 2025, at global level, the climate finance landscape reached up to $1.9 trillion. And by 2024, it's gone to $2 trillion. And so, if you then break this down to private sector, public sector, and all of those, you see at the global level, the private sector is now driving the climate finance landscape. And so, what are the existing sources for Nigeria? You talk about the public sector through budgetary allocation, private sector, commercial banks, pension funds. The international climate finance is also there as a way. Philanthropic capital is also an option to drive climate finance if you take it as a whole from the landscape. But we do have a challenge in Nigeria, as we all know. What are the major challenges? Some projects we have problems with bankability. Some projects are not bankable. Some are not some are not ready. Sometimes you even have bankable projects, but investment risk, currency volatility, and stuff. Just 2 days ago, we had a high-level stakeholder meeting right here for the Green Guarantee Group. It's a global initiative co-chaired by Nigeria and Germany. One of the things we discussed is guarantees, is risk, investment risk. And so high cost of capital as well is core a big challenge for us as we speak. And so what do we need to address this? We need finance, but again, finance from the public sector is not enough. Private sector, yes, they can come in to be a big player, but they need a level playing field. So that's why you need a blended finance model. And And why do you need a blended finance model? Why do you need a blended finance model? To reduce investment risk, such that when the public sector set this in, create the enabling environment, the private sector can come to play, like what REA is doing at the moment. I keep going back to REA because they've pushed a lot and they've been able to be successful. And so because of time, I will just run over this because yeah, I can keep talking and talking, but then we can just quickly just go over. And so these are the reasons why, I'm sure we can see the slide. So these are the reasons why we need a blended finance. And what are the instrument we can bring on board during blended finance? We can talk about concessional loans. We can talk about guarantees. Actually, like I said, 2 days ago, we're discussing guarantees. And as we speak, the global initiative is pushing for guarantees in developing economies rather. And so again, result-based financing is also one of the instruments, like REA is doing. REA have a very good model to support this. And so all of these want to see an impact whereby if with this concerted effort with blended finance, if we give $1 from blended finance, an investor can take that $1 and turn it to and turn it up to get great results. And so what other innovative financial model can we use apart from a blended finance? Green bonds. And I'm glad Nigeria have an example of green bonds. 2017, the first set of green bond, and that went to support at least one of the projects I know in Sokoto State. And the project is still very much existing. And so sustainability linked bonds as well. This one is finance that support, whether it's oil and gas or whatever it is, doesn't have to be sustainable, but then the proceeds, the rule there is that the proceeds must be used to support green economy. Carbon market, for example, there is scope for Nigeria to take advantage of carbon credits and all of those, even through clean cooking. Clean cooking is being pushed globally now in developing countries as a way to gain carbon credits. So again, opportunities there, and loads of other investment platforms we can use. Success stories, like I said, Nigeria is becoming, through all of the concerted effort, REA, Ministry of Environment, all of those contexts we are setting in place, becoming setting a place for other African countries to learn from, especially the success of our green bond. And what would this bring to Nigeria? We can help mobilize funds for renewable energy, like REA is doing, and also help address deforestation, just like we just talked about. I'll just move quickly. Other climate investment platforms, as you can see there. I can speak about the DARES quickly, so that I just take us through the DARES. DARES one is very common. I'm sure we are familiar with renewable energy, Rural Electrification Agency, the DARES fund that supports mini grids, supports solar home system, productive use of energy projects. So these are real platforms that is coming up. But then we need to scale up. Like I said, statistics shows that around about $2 trillion is being, the whole of energy transition, and what we are talking about now is getting to over $2 trillion. If you look at how much is coming to emerging and developing economy, in fact, one of the statistics shows 3 or 4 regions in the world where this is going to, not to Africa. So if you look at how much is coming to Africa, maybe you'll be looking at $150 billion. It's not nothing compared to even if it's up to. So again, if we can drive, for example, what REA is doing through DARES, we can attract these funds and move things very well. Other untapped opportunities where we can mobilize funds is also pension funds. I read that the pension fund of Nigeria is about how many trillion stuff. If we come up with a robust framework to utilize this, pension funds can be used. We also have insurance funds and all of those funds. What we require is to build a green taxonomy development where you have where you group these projects into environment, you group them into specific, class them basically, and then with that you can then draw framework to attract funding. ESG disclosure standard, we need to also do that and benchmark it as against international practice. We also need to do green investment regulations. We have green bonds already, but then we also need to, in addition to the Climate Change Act, maybe we need to take things forward and come up with regulations round about green investments. And priority sector areas, like I said again, narrowing it down, renewable energy. We can do utility scale solar. We should go from kilowatt now to megawatt. We should have large on-grid renewable energy capacity. I'm also part of very quickly, I'm rounding up. I'm also part of a group that we've developed the National Wind Energy Strategy and Action Plan for Nigeria. Actually, the validation is on Monday. Developers in the house, please, we can quickly talk about it. If you want to come and attend the national validation, you are free. You can speak to me about it. It's happening on Monday. And so, we're looking at developing wind energy in Nigeria. Some people will question, but again, we need to explore all of these and build utility scale renewable energy, in addition to solar potential, mini-grid energy storage, and agriculture as well, not just renewable energy, not just the energy sector, agriculture, transport as well. E-mobility is also a big one as well. Green industry, hydrogen, hydrogen is a large thing going on globally. So again, nature-based solutions. We just talked about deforestation. There is scope as well to look at raising funds for land restoration and all of those, planting of trees and also moving things forward. And if you look at stakeholders, just to round up, if you look at what can we do, strategic recommendation for all stakeholders, we have the government, we have the private sector, we have all of those. For the government, the government just need to set an enabling environment, create the enabling environment. The government can't finance this all alone. In fact, the government can only contribute minimally. The private sector would have to drive, but the private sector have to see that the government have a good environment for them to invest. Development partners as well. Development partners are coming in to support, for example, the World Bank, through guarantees, through other frameworks. They can come in, AFDB and all of those. Equally, financial institutions, can like commercial banks can also develop green lending products for developers as well. Private sector can scale up how much they give to the sector. And in summary, or what are the key takeaways we can pull together? I'm sorry, I'm just rushing because of our time. Apologies, I prepared to do a 15 to 20 to 25 detailed, but just rushing things. But in all of these, what are the key takeaways? What are the opportunities? What are the things we can take away from this? Mobilizing climate finance at scale is critical. It's very critical if Nigeria want to move to net zero. Number two, Nigeria's green transition presents, as we can see, it's an opportunity to translate the Nigerian economy to multi-billion-dollar investment opportunity. Financing needs is beyond public sector, is beyond the public sector. So again, blended finance is essential for driving the sector. And not just that, we also have to create an innovative instrument green bonds, sukuk, sustainability bonds, and a lot of all of those funding instruments are available. But above all, strong partnership between government, investors, development partners will determine the success. Government will have to lead. Government will have to lead with creating that enabling environment, allowing investors to see the stability in all of our policies, and then coming in, and then development partners can one way or the other also support. And together, through this concerted effort, we can create a good market for the green economy. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Again, I apologize. It was rushed, but I apologize.
A round of applause for our speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Otitoju, for this very insightful and data-driven presentation. We know that we cut short your time, but as a true expert who has spent over 2 decades in the field, you didn't need 20 minutes, you didn't need 1 hour. You have talked to us about how de-risking climate financing is very, very important, and how just one partner or one sector cannot complete or the process. Everyone has to put hands together. Government needs to set the enabling environment for the private sector, for the youth, for the CSOs and the international partners to work together so that Nigeria can tap into and also optimize that $3 trillion economy. We like that. We're very grateful. Another round of applause. All right, we're moving very quickly. We'll invite the panelists now. We have Mrs. Bernadette Ejiofor, Climate Finance Officer from the National Council on Climate Change. We have Ifeanyi Peters Ugoke, National Team Lead, FCDO PACE. Ademola Ogumbanjo, Executive Vice President, Oando Clean Energy Limited. Dr. Francis Ukuje, Health Finance and Economics Expert, WHO Nigeria. Associate Professor Sadiq Sani, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, NETZIN Sustainability Limited. And Mr. Samuel Stephen Wakdok, Economist, Environmental Sustainability, the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists, please. Okay. No, don't worry, I'll move to you. I'll move to you so that we have more. No, it's okay. It's more fun like this. Yes. So we know that our time was extended. Yes, our time was extended a little bit. So let me first of all apologize to everyone for the time we've spent. So there's a bit of reshuffling in the panelists. But thank you again. Now we'll dive into the discussions without wasting much time. Again, I am Dr. Tubolaifa Warkromo. I'm the SSA Data Governance and Solutions to the DG of the National Space Research and Development Agency. So all of these conversations, tying it together of the data mapping, the geospatial part, creating the plastic mapping and all of that, you know, we'll tie all of that together. So we'll move very quickly. To Mr. Samuel Stephen. From a development finance perspective, yes, sir. Ifeanyi Stephen, not Samuel Stephen. No, that's fine. You're Mr. Samuel Stephen from CBN, yeah, that's right. So Mr. Samuel Stephen from CBN. From a development finance perspective, we want to, you know, our speaker has talked about some of the innovative finance structures that exist, how we can tap into this, and how we can build trust and, you know, partnership across board. So you're coming from, you know, you're the government perspective, there's development finance within CBN. We want to understand what innovative instruments can, Nigerians in here, all of us here, leverage to de-risk climate investments and attract private sector participation?
Good evening. Once again, I'm here. From the last speaker's presentation, I think he really covered this topic. It is just like a repetition. He gave us the models. I will just look at the first thing is to de-risk investment to attract private sector funding into the climate space. The most important thing is to find how to reduce the risks, then you balance the money, and then you make it more rewarding. And the first way to reducing that risk for me is to, I think in all the models he mentioned, the only addition I would like to add is we could have something like a first capital loss facility. What this does is to, because we're looking for funding from the private sector, and those guys are, I don't want to use the word stingy, but they are very careful with their resources. They are very careful with their funds. And we will have more funds coming from either donor agencies, international organizations that ordinarily we want to promote sustainable and climate-related opportunities. So what the first loss capital facility will do is that it is an avenue whereby when climate or sustainability investments are risky and they turn into loss, those people are the first to bear the loss. So you have a situation where international organizations or government public fund is first of all used to absorb the losses. When the private sector is sure of an arrangement like that, they find it less risky and more attractive to bring in their fund. That is one. Then the second one is you can scale up or you can have local currency credit guarantees. I know the speaker or the presenter made mention of guarantees. Most times you have to hedge. So if you are attracting private sector funding, either from within the borders of the country or from across your border, one of the greatest risks is currency risks. So if you have local currency credit guarantee, you scale up institutions like InfraCredit in Nigeria, whereby people can borrow locally and fund some of these climate projects. It's easier to attract private sector risk, because imagine if somebody had borrowed money when the dollar was 360 to a naira, or sorry, the naira was 360 to a dollar or 400 to a dollar, and today he has to pay back that money at above 1,000. That risk is very high. So when you have local credit guarantee, currency credit guarantees like infra credit, it's easier to borrow internally and you will hedge against the foreign currency. Then in balancing the money, you will have to use blended finance like he made mention, and I will single out mezzanine financing. What that does is not every founder or startup that wants to give up his equity. So what mezzanine finance does is that, first of all, I bring in, as a creditor, I bring in my money as debt. So I earn interest, but in case the startup or the investors fail, and we could now convert it to equity. The other things, I think the presenter covered a lot in his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Truly, the presenter covered a whole lot. And we're glad to have CBN telling us about infra credit and mezzanine, because I'm sure a lot of people will come to you now to say, how do I, get those funding to drive the projects? Because at the end of the day, the essence of these conversations is for us to identify amongst ourselves what we can do together. And then even if we have the ideas and we have the people that can push those ideas, the finance, the funding to bring those ideas to fruition is really key, which is what you have explained to us. I'll go quickly to Mr. Ifeanyi Peters, the national team lead for FCDO PACE. Mr. Ogoke, looking through the lens of international cooperation and how international development programs like FCDO PACE catalyze blended finance partnerships within Nigeria. ensuring that climate capital's flows are both innovative and inclusive, while maintaining, global sustainability goals. What do you think, we need to do differently? What are we currently not getting right at the moment? Where are those gaps? And, how can we leverage on this better? Like you've heard throughout the conversations that were happening, we don't want a situation whereby this will just be a talk shop where we've all sat down, we have talked, we have taken photos, we have made videos, and then we go home business as usual. So where are the gaps? What do we do differently?
Thank you very much. I think just to go straight to the point about where the gaps are, from our own experience, from Partnership for Agile Governance and Climate Engagement, what we did was to look at the issue of climate finance from a governance lens. That is primarily a governance issue. Of course, we need the funding, but there are governance issues involved. And one of the major governance issues is systems, processes, and then, of course, overall readiness. For all of the financiers in the room or anywhere, what they check out first is the readiness of that project and the governance system that is built around it. So what we've done was to develop what we call Guide to Assessing Climate Finance, which we have the readiness assessment tool that was deployed to businesses across the country. At the last count, I think we've done about 17 to 20 businesses, about 20 subnational governments. Of course, Jigawa is part of it. So some states, Abia is part of it also. And so that had helped to expose the gap between the projects and the terms and the conditionalities of the investor, the financiers. I won't go into the details I've provided about blended finance and how to de-risk them. But the challenge is even the first steps of making sure that you meet the minimum requirements of the funder and the investor. All of these are capitals. All of these are funding. And the investors are looking for where they can make the best out of the investment they bring. But if the conditions are unable to meet the conditions, you're not ready, then that's where the challenge is. So from our experience, what we've done was to deploy that readiness assessment guide. We're also engaging with development finance institutions like DBN, Green Climate Fund, to look at what is the governance gaps for them and how we can bridge that gap. Because that's the only way we're able to unlock climate finance. So it's not just about the finance, not just about the... So what we do is to bridge the gap between the projects and the financiers and help in terms of removing the obstacles to assessing those finances, especially those governance issues. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we brought back our speaker because there's so much knowledge and juice in what he has shared. And we really want to know, because, we don't want these conversations to just tell us what is there. Now, if you ask almost every organization or person in this room, they have at some point tried to, put together a concept note, put together a pilot project. And from your experience and all of the work you've done within Nigeria and across Europe, and you've seen how things have scaled from, whether it is pilot to execution. Now, we want you to tell us, how do we move from conceptualizing these ideas, hearing about these financing structures, to moving from pilot to full execution? Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll just this announcement as they continue. For the representatives of the awardees, please kindly proceed to the VIP room now. Thank you so much. Awardees that are present or representatives of the awardees, kindly proceed to the VIP room now. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. No. It's okay. Well, how do we proceed? if you have a bankable, just like what's your name, sir? Ifine, Mr. Ifine said, you have a bankable project, you've done the concept, you've done the feasibility, assume. You're also talking about you've done your feasibility, you've done your homework, you've done the business plan, you've done everything correct. I mean, the next phase is the financing. And in the financing is for you to then look at the best option for you. If you want to do your debt, if you want to go for equity, if you want to, you also then need to arrange all of those. And good enough, the institution of Mr. Ifine, I think the his institution is also coming to help to come into support to bridge the gap between advisory. So you also need that advisory stuff after you've done all of this to then signpost you to where the best option for financing can come from, and also how then you can then grow or finally develop your project and get the project running. But I think going to that, I think the main issue is in developing setting is the ability to move your concept to the final state where it then becomes bankable, where investors are convinced that yes, this project can go. I think that's where the challenge is. Most of our projects in this part of the world or in emerging economy is we have that challenge of getting your project through to where it is bankable, through to where investors are saying, yes, we can take on this. And so I would say, even before you get to that, it's very important to get all the necessary advice you can get to be able to then define your project, to make it bankable, to make it attractive for investors. That's number one. Number two, what I see about a business model in terms of clean energy in this part of the world is we want to get our money back in 3 years. We want to get our money back in 5 years. Ideally, a typical project life cycle is between 15 to 20, 25 years. For wind energy, is up to 25 years. So that means if I'm planning an investment, if I'm coming up with a project, I should have in mind that yes, I'm looking at the next 20 years, the next 25 years. So one of the main challenges and that's what deter investors as well, and also deter your off-takers, because obviously I want to get back my money in 3 or 5 years. Your tariff model is completely wrong. All of those instruments is completely wrong because I want you to recoup back my money quickly. All of these investments are, they are not, they are long term. They are long term. Pardon me to say, we visited one of the largest hydropower plant in Brazil some 2 years ago. It's between Paraguay and Argentina, and they actually told us that it was just last 2 years that the whole investment was paid up. It took 50 years to pay up the investment. 50 years. So they just got to a point of break even after 50 years. So right now, they are reaping from their investment. But it's hard in this part of the world to see a project that would stay up to 50 years before you start. So that's the main issue. So if we can address all of this even before we get to parkability, I think, yeah, we'll do well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You really hit the nail on the head because, we're from a climate where people want to see whatever they're putting into happen right now. That's the reason why, it's easier to get money to maybe build a road that everyone will see rather than to do quality things like power that maybe even just groundbreaking can take you another 4 years or 5 years after whoever is in power is out of power, right? And then to now see that things that were started by maybe a previous administration get sustained with the same energy and zeal and then finalized. So maybe they also I think he's one of the elders that were talking about institutional change. attitudinal change. So I think that also needs to happen to us with the way we look at projects, with the way we look at things that we invest in as well. So thank you so much. I am told that one of our speakers are online. Tunde, can you confirm that we have Dr. Sadiq Sani online and ready to speak? Okay. Dr. Sadiq Sani. Okay. Once I get the confirmation, we'll go for Dr. Sadiq Sani. But just to wrap up with the panelists that I have here, whenever we have Dr. Sadiq, please just alert me and then we'll take that. You've talked to us about FCDO PACE. Like I said, this conversation, we don't just want to talk and then not have action. There are a lot of people in this room. We have people in different sectors, government, private, young people. Now, how do we benefit from the work that you are doing within FCDO space? How can we, catalyze this blended finance that our speaker has so enlightened us about through the work that you're doing within the FCDO?
Thank you. I think one of the ways we've started is working through a structured process. I said earlier on that we had deployed the climate finance readiness assessment to about 21 states, tested with about 17 businesses. And one of the good things we did was like a trade group kind of structure. So there's a group called Association of Mini Grid Developers. We actually provided grants for them and then also allowed their members to test their readiness, which had helped them a great deal. So one of the structures is identifying groups, trade groups, business groups. In Kano, we walked through Waste Pickers Association of Nigeria, for example, WIPE and they call them, because it's also an innovative that we are trying to walk through to increase the local participation in waste management. So there are opportunities for groups. We're also working through Nigeria Governors Forum for subnational governments, but we are increasing conversation with Development Bank of Nigeria because what we discovered was that, look, Development Bank of Nigeria has a lot of money, but the problem is also preparedness and readiness. A lot of SMEs are not prepared. So we are available, www.pacenigeria.org. A downloadable version is available. You can send an email to info@pacenigeria.org and we can come back to you. But one of the best ways to work for us is a structured grouping that we can deploy in terms of business sectors. Renewable energy, like through AMDA, Association of Waste Managers or Waste Processors. For instance, in Abia, we're working with a company called Kaltani. They have got concession on waste management in Abia, for example, and a couple of others that way. So we're structuring between public sector, private sector, but more focused on industry groupings. Very important for us because we do not have the resources to chase individual businesses. So, but we have a grouping. We're working with a lot of groups at the moment, the consortium groups, then we are happy to work with them. And that's how we're deployed. Essentially, once they're able to do the readiness assessments, they can understand what gaps they have. And we can pick one particular fund, for example, and walk through their requirements with that organization. It's possible that the kind of funding you need may not be from GCF, it might not be from DBA, but when you walk through the assessment, you're able to determine what your kind of project fits into. So that's the good thing about the work that we do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We've come to the end of our panel. Just one last line, tagline. What do you think the people that attended NESt should take out of this? One tagline, last words.
I think for me, was it you or somebody was saying, so I've gone to events like this, we all talk, we laugh, we clap, and I bet you we'll come back the same year on the same theme next year. If we repeated the theme, we have the same audience, the same panelists, we will say the same thing as if we've never had it before. we have a challenge of implementation gap, and that is why, all the noise we've been making about sustainability, till date, we do not have a green taxonomy. So I'm talking climate finance, he's talking sustainable finance, she's talking green finance. If we can't even have a common denominator, it tells you we are just going around cycles. So we need to start walking the talk now. Thank you.
That is why we have NESt.
Well, I thought the last chance. No, okay. Well, in sum, is energy transition is doable, is practicable. All we just need to do is to follow the rules. Simple. Thank you.
Okay, being an institution and a governance person, I would say finance follows credible institutions. Let's build credible institutions. One of the things we picked out today is enforcement of government laws and regulations. Investors go to where there's credibility. And if we have credible institutions, credible organizations, there will be inflow of investments to fund our response to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you also. A round of applause now. This is maybe like 100 years of experience sitting here. Oh. Clap for them again. Thank you all so much. We're grateful. And at the end of the day, this is why NESt has been created. This is why NESt exists, and this is why NESt has been put together. So one platform, one conversation. So I think one key takeaway from this taxonomy thing, NESt would try to see how we can facilitate, because it makes sense. Because for us in the space agency and the geospatial space, we have what we call geographic names, and that is to make sure that we have interoperability across board and we can be able to integrate. So all of the solutions that we're saying, we can be able to map plastic, we can show you this, because there's enormous things we can do with geospatial data, we can do with space technology, whether it is agri, climate, health. We are currently doing a whole lot. It is ubiquitous, and it is because we have been able to do that, we can integrate the data sets. So that is something we can take away from this. Thank you all so much. We will take a group photograph, and then the ES will join, I'm told, the group photograph with the panelists. And then thank you again. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Please, one round of applause for this panelists. Thank you so much. This is very critical. In all that we're doing, we need money, we need finance to finance these projects. And like they have said, they need credible institutions. They need people to come together, and finance institution deals with credible institutions. So that's very, very key. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will invite my colleague Elona to please step forward and give us a brief concerning the deal room. Exhibitors should also get ready. Guys from Agville and Alternative Bank will also give a brief presentation, 2 minutes each, before we take the awards. And after that, we'll go for lunch, enough lunch for everybody. Thank you so much. Is alternate bank here? Okay. Agville Industry, please, you can come for your presentation. Alternate bank, the alternative bank, please get ready. Thank you. Just 2 minutes, please.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Chinedu. I'm from Agville Industries Limited. We are makers of premium quality waste bins. You know, I've listened to this wonderful, intuitive discussion. I find out that we can't do environment without waste management. As such, at Agville, we provide waste management solution by producing waste bins of various sizes, ranging from 240 liters, 120 liters, 60 liters. Now, every household, every estate, every hospital, every school, every church, every hotels, restaurants, what have you, every government parastatals and ministries, we need waste bin can or waste bin that we use to collect our refuse. For example, after this event, we need to collect all the waste here. How do you trash them? How do you manage them? And possibly, those ones that we need to recycle, you have to put them somewhere first. After collection, before you now talk about recycling. So we need also to talk about this, and we need to have all of this in our various household, schools, and what have you. So that is why we are here today. Our waste bin is UV resistant. It simply means it can sustain any kind of weather, whether rain or sun, and it doesn't rust. It's fitted with wheels and covers. In fact, our 60 liters waste bin is known as pedal waste bin. You just step on it, it will open, and you throw in your waste. So we are one of the people that have come here today to sell, I would say, sell our product. Immediately you're going out of this hall, you just look there, you will see Agville Industries, where we sample our waste bin. All of this thing is fully produced here in Nigeria. We don't import them, we produce here in Nigeria, and our branches are all over Nigeria. Now we're here to see how we can partner with every local government, state government, and federal government in waste bin collection and management. Organizations, churches, hotels, restaurants, name it, hospitals, let us know how we can help you manage your waste bin. So that is what we provide. Thank you very much for having me in this wonderful, intuitive gathering. Thank you so much. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. You can visit them at the exhibition stand. There are a lot of waste bins they manufacture, various sizes, so you can see them. Please, one round of applause for them. All right. We'll be having a procession of our awardees, members of the Hall of Fames and the various states here present that will be awarded. So we will expect the awardees in a procession to come in. As they come, we will do the honor of celebrating them.
#1 and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny.
Let's be on our feet, please. Let's be on our feet as we celebrate the awardees.
I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Thank you so much. These are the awardees for this year. Let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate them. Please, you may be seated.
They're not speaking anymore.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also at this point recognize the representative of the Minister of Environment, Director Pollution Control. You're welcome, man. At this point, let me invite Isijana Nkanta to step forward to anchor the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I thought you would clap for me. All right, we're entering into a very important section. That's the ECO Awards. The ECO Awards is handled by the Sustainability Award and Scorecard Commission, and my steering chair, Dr. Priscilla Achakwa, is unavoidably absent, and the co-chair, and also the chairman of the awards committee. Very quickly, I'll give you a background of what the ECO Award stands for. The essence, I'll take us through in a few minutes how we got to where we are in the selection process and all that. Today we are gathered here, ladies and gentlemen, in the Nigerian Environmental Sustainability Merit Award, NESt2026. This award is more than just a presentation. It's more than just a fanfare. It is the celebration of Nigeria environmental sustainability pathfinders, of men and women who have paid the price in the environmental sector. I'm very sure it is fresh in our memory when what we now call the organized Nigerian environmental sector started sometime in 1988. The journey started when, in a fishing community, Cocoa Delta State, a group of Italian businessmen dumped the waste there. And it took the bravery of the likes of Professor Oladele Osibanjo, let Mr. Awoba Miche and other chemists to go and analyze that waste, and that generated a lot of international concerns the next year at the Basel Convention, where Nigeria make a lot of representations, and that led to the ban of transboundary movement of toxic waste. Thereafter, the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, FEPA, was created. And that was in 1989. 10 years later, that agency metamorphosed into what we now know as the Federal Ministry of Environment, then with urban development before it got splitted. In 2007, because FEPA was collapsed, there was need to have the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency, NESRIA. Now, it took pathfinders to get to the point that we now have the Federal Ministry agencies, including the NCCC, Biosafety, and a lot of other agencies, including the Great Green Wall and the Biosafety Agency. So I dare say that the environmentalists are lifesavers and they are next to God, because God creates and they tend the creation of God. So it is on that note that the Nigeria Environmental Summit Group thought it very necessary to award men and women who had paid the price in that sector. And I ask you, if the likes of Osibanjo that made the analysis that saved the life of millions of Nigeria are not celebrated, who then else should be celebrated? But the beautiful thing about the NESMA Award is that we're not just talking about these great pathfinders alone, is that we have hope in our nation in the environmental sector. That we have a blend of these patriarchs and matriarchs of the environment and a new crop of people that the Osibanjos can hand over who are trailblazers at the international arena. You can see the likes of Dr. Iloro Tanshi, whose work on conservation of bats has resonated across the world. We have the likes of Daminola Ogumbi, who is working at Sustainable Energy for All as the CEO right now. We have the likes of Joy Agene of the World Bank, who are pulling resources to drive this in Nigeria. We have the likes of Elsie Atafua, though she's a Ghanaian, but a few years in the sector as the UNDP representative in Nigeria has mobilized so much funding that have led to transformation. So the award is a blend of our patriarchs and the new generation that will take over. How did we go about the process? We have, so you can see the 12 inductees in the Environmental Hall of Fame. It is a three-step process in this selection. The process started with the nomination. We threw it open to the public, especially the stakeholders in the environmental sector. And we asked them to nominate people that have contributed significantly, though we know. And we have 72 nominations of different people, some great people that are doing great works. From that nomination, we have a panel of experts. We assembled 30 panelists, experts. 18 were internal, 12 were external, drawn in the 6 geopolitical zones of this country to select these 72 nominees. We have some very good criteria, including their service. Those that have spent at least 20 years and above. We have our scoring indices, which will be on our website for all of you to see. At the end, we consulted a lot of existing institutions that have been doing serious work that has to do related with their work. For instance, the Clean Nigeria Campaign Office, we are the Federal Ministry of Environment, the Environmental Health Division, who have done some work in sanitation, the Climate Change Department, who have done a lot of work in climate change. We have also reviewed a lot of reports and awards, like the Stone Awards in environment and all that, to put all this together. And after that stage, we went to the panel review stage. They scrutinized all this with their scoring, and we make sure that from the 72, by our criteria, only those that score 80% and above are into the Hall of Fame. Then we felt that that was not enough. We had to go into voting because the populace must have a say in environmental matters. It is not only in sports or entertainment that there will be votes. It's not only in Nollywood that when they want to do award that there will be votes. So we went up for voting. And at the close of voting, 5,850 responses, that is votes, were recorded. Nigerians participated very fully in that. And we have the voting scores. We selected from the votes the top 6, which also correlated with the top 6 that the panelists has also screened. That gives us some bit of reliability. We didn't stop with the voting. We had to subject it to validation. To reassemble the panelists, the validation was done at the UN House on the 11th of June, 2026. And we subjected everything to them, and they saw that the process was actually credible. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I'd like to say we're happy and we're glad to showcase today the Nigerian Environmental Sustainability Merit Award 2026. This award is in 2 categories. However, we have special recognition, which we have just given one to Lafarge, and we have 2 other more. Then the other category is the states. Ladies and gentlemen, the second category is Excellence in Environmental Governance Award for the state governments. In that, from nomination and expert screening, we screen out 6 states. It is not because, please go to the slide of the states. It's not because these are the cleanest states in Nigeria, but we are looking at certain commitments. That's why we call it Excellence in Environmental Governance. Our emphasis is which of these governments are actually committed. It will interest you to know that we have 6 states. One of the states will surprise you is Abia State. You know that it was said that Abia used to be a bit dirty, especially Aba. But we find out that this new government did a lot of work in cleaning up the state. They are not where they should be, but there is a difference. So Abia came up as the state as the most improved state in urban renewal and waste management. Then there is Enugu State that have shown a lot of commitment also in waste management. Then, of course, we have Cross River State, arguably one of the most beautiful states in Nigeria. And they have done so much in environmental conservation. I will pause the other 3 states when we come to that section, and you know why they are the top 3. Don't worry. Don't worry. Some of you that are copying the example, don't worry. All right. So at this point, we want to go into the award proper. May I invite the chairman of the Nigerian Environmental Summit 2026, Dr. Edwin Isotu, to please come forward. May I also invite the Executive Secretary of NESt, Chemist Rita Michael Ojo, to please come forward. We also call the representative of the Minister of Environment, my adorable director, Director 1 of Environmental Pollution Control and Environmental Health. Thank you. We will also invite the Honorable Commissioner of Environment and Climate Change, Jigawa State, to join us on the stage. Thank you. All right. We have on the front row there one of the women in the African community, very radiant with our green colors. Please, ma, can you join us on the stage? Thank you. Thank you. Put your hands together for her. Thank you. So the chairman will make some remarks and we'll go ahead. Okay, Luna, please come quickly for a quick announcement as we continue. Just have 1 minute to do this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, SARS. Good afternoon, Mars. I stand on existing protocols, and congratulations to all of the awardees here today. I would like to say that NESt Nigeria Environmental Summit is coming to an end, but the conversations are not coming to an end. Ahead of the next summit, we want to have moved from words, from the talks, to action. We want to come here with results, with impact, with projects that have been funded. As I've said this, I want us to know that if this summit ends today, if this summit ends now, you should walk up to any member of the NESt team. You've seen the chairman here, you've seen the executive secretary, you've seen me, you've seen a lot of team members here. Walk up to us, ask us, how can we move all of the talk that we've had today to action? I would be looking forward to talking and speaking with a lot of you. Thank you so much. And once again, I'm Elona from the Deal Room and Partnerships team.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to take the awards now. We will start with special recognition. Yeah. We want to recognize the Minister of Environment. He has done so much, and the Minister of Environment is represented by our dear mother, Mrs. Adiola Omotunde. Put your hands together. Thank you. Thank you. Tracy Uzoigwe, please join me here. Tracy, please come. Thank you.
It's just life, that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move,
Shanaba.
way for me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions.
From the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, NESt2026, I would like to present the Nigerian Environmental Sustainability Pillar Award to the Honorable Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, in recognition of your outstanding support for Nigerian Environmental Summit 2026. Thank you.
I want to invite all state commissioners, or if you're representing a state here, because this award is not just to the minister, it's to all states who have done one thing or the other in environmental sustainability. So if you have any states represented here, let's take this award together. We're talking about collaboration, we're talking about working together. And so this award is not just for the Honorable Minister alone, it's for all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, it's important to say that for many years,
All right, thank you.
a lot of policies and a report were presented even on the Ogoni land. And but for the first time, practically, we are seeing that High Prep has moved to the field and they've started collecting data and started doing something to clean up one of the cities, one of the places that integrated in Nigeria, and that was done by this Honorable Minister. Please, can we put our hands together?
All right, thank you so much. Please, Honorable Minister, please still wait with us. We are going to call.
Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So, we are going to the next category of award for the states. Out of the 6 states, we are taking the top 3 states. So we are going to start from number 3 up. So
congratulations, the Honorable Minister of Environment, for all the good works. Congratulations.
All right. So from our top 6 states, the 3rd state in Nigeria with excellence in environmental governance is Jigawa State.
Wow, congratulations, beautiful. This is wonderful. This is wonderful.
Honorable Minister, please present this award.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and the pleasure to present this award to Jigawa State. All of us were in the house yesterday when we were told that Jigawa has been accorded open defecation free. That's very commendable, and I say I must commend you for the hard work done. I present this on behalf of NESOC.
Congratulations, Jigawa State. Amazing work to eradicate open defecation. Thank you so much. Congrats. Please, let's allow the photographers.
Thank you. So standing right there on the 2nd position for being one of the cleanest states and having so much to do with municipal waste management is the government of Akwa Ibom State. All right. Honorable Minister will keep this award. We have to keep the on. Yeah, we'll keep this.
If you are from Akwa Ibom, come and collect on behalf of your government. Is anybody in the house that is from Akwa Ibom State? All right.
I know, we will take it back.
I have to pick myself up. Stand up.
Akwa Ibomites. Akwa Ibomites. Right.
For the champions, stand up.
You will see that. Hello. You can see that the guy is sharp. That's how Akwa Ibom people are. So on behalf of NESt presents this to Akwa Ibom State Government for being very clean and excellent environmental governance.
Congratulations. Akwa Ibom Dakara. Akwa Ibom Ayaya. Akwa Ibom is summer.
Akwa Ibom is summer.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And on the very first position for the state for excellence in environmental policy, regulations, and enforcement is Lagos State.
For the champions, stand up. For the champions.
All right, do we have anybody from Lagos State? Eko Nibajeo. Where are the Lagosians? Who? They're not around at all. All right. Okay. You can come up to collect on behalf of Lagos State.
Lagos states have made remarkable impacts in environmental governance and policy. Almost most of the policies that the government make, Lagos ensure implementation. All right. All right. Lagos, who's calling? Lagos. Who's collecting for Lagos? Lagos State, nobody from Lagos State here. Nobody from Lagos State here. All right. All right. Make an clap for Ekona. Ekoni Bajeo. Where is the Lagos person? They are not here.
You would agree with me that Lagos State have been a trailblazer in environmental governance. All the indices, they are ticking the box. All of the, every time you enter Lagos, even though sometimes you say Lagos is smelling, but what we're looking at is beyond the smell. It's about governance, it's about action, it's about climate action. And so that is why they're deserving. Because I want to clear the air. Some people will be saying, oh, why Lagos? But there are a lot more that is being done in governance space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Stand up for the champions, stand up for the champions.
Okay, so before we round up here, before you take your leave, we'll just do one more of the special awards for the chairman of this summit, Dr. Mutiu Somunu. Let's put our hands together for our chairman as he comes forward for his award.
It's getting close. Now it's just
the chairman have been a trailblazer in leadership in sustainability for so many years across the private sector. He's a chairman of the board for CEPLAT for many companies across Nigeria, ensuring that the culture of environmental sustainability is well mainstreamed. Congratulations, Honorable Chairman.
Chairman, on behalf of all of us, we can see this excellent delivery since yesterday. It shows a lot of dedication and a lot of commitment to ensure that we take the conversation forward. So I give this award to you. Very well deserving award to you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. You can all take your seats now. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Don't go yet. Thank you. Thank you.
And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please sit. And
And when I fall down, I have to pick myself
Eh?
up. For the champion.
All right, thank you. Please take your seat now. Yes, take your seat. Thank you, thank you. So we'll go to the Distinguished Environmental Award now. Mr. Chairman, please kindly be with us as well. For the media, we are going to be taking very 60 minutes clip, just 60 seconds, sorry, for each of the awardees. We'll call them and we're done. So, Chairman, you're still with us. So the first person there, as you can see on that, we have 12 members of the Hall of Fame. And today, we are announcing the top 6 winners in no particular order. They've met the criteria, and so all of them are winners. We'll start with
Amina
Mohammed,
former Minister of Environment and current UN Deputy Secretary General. A Nigerian-British diplomat born in Liverpool, England on 27th June 1961. Amina, a zealous architect, dedicated her early career years in the design of public schools and hospitals across Nigeria between 1991 and 2001. She later became the Senior Special Assistant to the President of Nigeria on the Millennium Development Goals, that is MDGs, and was appointed as Honorable Minister for Environment. Today, Amina Mohammed is the UN Deputy Secretary General and also chairs the UN Sustainable Development Group, being the first Nigerian to attain this global height. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, let's welcome Amina Mohammed.
Thank you. She's going to receive that once she's in the country. The next awardee. Thank you.
Reverend Nemo Bassi,
Stand up.
NFR, Founder Executive Director, HOMEC. Born on 11th June 1958, Nemo Bassi, a renowned environmental advocate, is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Architects with over 30 years of selfless service and commitment to protecting Mother Earth. He is founder, executive director of Health of Mother Earth Foundation, that is HOMEF, an ecological think tank advocating for environmental justice and food sovereignty in Africa. Co-founder Environmental Rights Action, ERA, and served as chair, Friends of the Earth International. He has championed intensive environmental awareness campaign on oil pollution, gas flaring, deforestation, tobacco control, and genetic engineering across the global south for over 20 years. Nemo has also authored books on environment, architecture, and poetry. He is fondly called the living ancestor by activists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Reverend Nemo Bassi.
Thank you. Reverend Bassi is represented by his own son, Daramfon Bassi. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, please join us. The Executive Secretary and the Chairman NESt, please join us as we present this award. And the HOMEF group, please join on stage as we present this award to Nemo Bassi. Thank you. Thank you. The steering chair, SEPA, Mr. Rafnam, and the Executive Secretary, thank you. All right. Executive Secretary, please.
Thank you. The Nigerian Environmental Hall of Fame NESma 2026 is going to be presented to Reverend Nimo Bassi, winner, Distinguished Environmental Personality of All Time. Thank you.
Congratulations,
Now it's just who
Reverend Nimo Bassi,
It's just life, that's how it is.
environmentalist of all times.
Weaknesses. Oh, I have
Award being received by his son, a proud son of a proud father.
way for me to stand up.
Congratulations. Let's celebrate excellence. Thank you, Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, for the amazing award.
Thank you. Next award, please. Media.
Chief Dr. Iganya Joy Agene, a senior environmental specialist, World Bank tax team leader for ACRESA. Chief Dr. Iganya Joy Agene serves as a senior environmental specialist and a tax leader at the World Bank, supporting projects in multiple countries, facilitating international knowledge exchange on the management of natural resources and geospatial technologies. She successfully developed and implemented major lending operations, including the agroclimate resilience in semi-arid landscapes, that is, ACRESA, and the Nigerian Erosion and Watershed Management Project, NEWMAP, with a combined value of $1.6 billion. Dr. Iganya Joy Agene is a tech woman, emerging leader, mentors girls in STEM, chairs Tech Women Nigeria's board, and is active in multiple professional organizations. She contributed to Nigeria's Space and Remote Sensing Agency, pioneering units and collaborations, and worked as a GIS specialist in the United States of America. Chief Dr. Iganya Agene's humanitarian services, community management, and contributions to environmental protection have earned her widespread recognition across the country. In appreciation of her work and service to humanity, she has been conferred with over 32 traditional titles and honors from various ethnic nationalities and communities across Nigeria. Chief Dr. Joy Iganya Agene is a proud Igala woman from Kogi State. She is a geologist, author, and respected development professional. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, let's welcome Dr. Iganya Joy Agene.
Thank you. Dr. Joyce of the World Bank Group. She's represented by Ugonne Wuni. Thank you. Please hand over, I'll call the steering chair to hand over to the chairman for presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you all. It is my pleasure to present this distinguished environmental personality of all time to you, Dr. Joy Iganya Agene, the winner for the 2026 NESUC. Congratulations.
For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up.
Thank you so much. Reward for hard work and sustainability. Let's celebrate, let's celebrate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please make sure you snap enough pictures. Next award.
Sanitarian Augustine BCK, pioneer registrar of Ehorecom. Ibisike Augustine Onyekachi was born on
Celebrating all the environmental health officers in the house.
He hails from
Let's
Obodo
celebrate
Akira.
one of our own,
He hails on
pioneer
the
CEO and Chief
Nigeria,
Executive
Imo State,
Officer of
Southeastern
Environmental
Nigeria. From a humble beginning,
Health Council of
Onyekachi
Nigeria.
rose to the pinnacle of the environmental health profession in Nigeria. From the Federal Ministry of Environment, the young zealous sanitarian was deployed to the newly created Environmental Health Officers Registration Council of Nigeria as its interim officer in 2004 and was later confirmed as substantive registrar in January 2008. Notably, San Ibisike coordinated the development of BSc program in environmental health in Nigerian universities, as well as the development of the National Environmental Health Practice Bill in 2007, which was signed into law in 2016. His effort contributed immensely in repositioning environmental health as a strong pillar in Nigeria's environmental sector with significant impact in national development. Put it succinctly, San Augustine O. Ibisike is an icon of modern environmental health practice in Nigeria. He continues to provide mentorship and consultancy services with interest in waste collection and recycling, sewage disposal, cleaning services, and public health pest control. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, let's welcome sanitarian.
Congratulations, sir.
Ibisike.
This is amazing. On behalf of the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, I here present this prestigious award to Sanitarian Augustine Ibisike for a wonderful effort. I'm sure you are not yet tired. We have not seen the best out of you. So even at home, I'm sure you are going to, your service is greatly needed. And I'm sure you are going to continue to impact on the environment ecosystem in general. Thank you very much.
Stand up for the champions, for the
Congratulations, sir.
stand up.
Your children are all celebrating you for the amazing work you have done in environmental health. It is gratifying to note that you developed the curriculum of environmental health in Nigerian universities. This is amazing. This is excellent. You built a solid foundation in environmental health practice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great pride to all environmental health officers. Please celebrate our daddy in the house.
Make the way for me to stand up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. You know, this award was quite competitive. At the beginning of the voting process, Nigeria was leading in the voting. At some point, NESt took over with Professor Charles Anusike. At some point, the environmental health people took over for our sanitarian. At some point, they keep moving until World Bank brought their money and took over the whole of the votes for Joy Hagene. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award.
Dr. Mrs. Ngere Shetima Benebo, MSR, Pioneer DG, CEO,
The next award, please.
Nashua. Born on 11th May 1955 in Okrika, River State. Benebo is a medical doctor, public health specialist, and matriarch of environmental enforcement in Nigeria. Armed with vast experience as a director in the Federal Ministry of Environment, Mrs. Benable swung into action from the day of her resumption as DG NESra in December 2006. She led in the development and implementation of 28 national environmental regulations, the establishment of West African Network on Environmental Compliance and Enforcement, WENASE, and prohibited the dumping of e-wastes and toxic substances in Nigeria. Dr. Mrs. Ngere S. Benable laid a solid foundation for sustainable environmental regulation and governance in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another time for you to put up a resounding welcome as we receive Dr. Mrs. Ngere Shetima Benable, NFR, Pioneer DG, CO, NESra.
Thank you. Dr. Mrs. Benable is represented by the technical advisor to the Director General NESra, Swala Martins Yellow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. On behalf of the Registrar Environmental Health Council of Nigeria, Dr. Yakubu Muhammad Baba, who is unavoidably absent, but he has sent his apology to this summit. I am presenting this award from the Nigerian Environmental Hall of Fame to Dr. Mrs. Ngeri Benebo as the winner of Environmental Personality of all time. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Pioneer DG CEO of NESra. Laying solid foundation for enforcement.
Here we go.
And adherence to environmental principles and policies.
That's how it is, because we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move.
Congratulations to NESra. One of your own is being recognized for hard work and for excellence. Thank you so much.
And so the last award to the patriarch of environmental sustainability in Nigeria, media.
Professor Oladele Osibanjo, Pioneer Executive Director, Basel Coordinating Center for Africa Region, BCCA. Oladele Osibanjo is a doyen of analytical chemistry and a pillar of modern-day organized environment sector in Nigeria. He was born on April 10, 1946 in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. Osibanjo came to national limelight in 1988 when he led the analysis of the cocoa toxic waste dam, which played a key role in the establishment of FEPA in 1989. Later, Federal Ministry of Environment in 1999, then NESra in 2007. He served as National President, the Chemical Society of Nigeria, that is CSN, Waste Management Society of Nigeria, WAMASIN, Institute of Chartered Chemists of Nigeria, ICAN, and presently as Executive Chairman, Jawura Environmental Services Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, with a shout and a clap, let's welcome Oladele Osibanjo.
Professor Osibanjo is represented by his son, Mr. Tosin Osibanjo. That's his son.
It's my honor to present this award, the Nigerian Environmental Hall of Fame, NEMSA 2026 Distinguished Environmental personality of all time presented to Professor Oladele Osibanjo, winner, this 18th day of June 2026 by NESt. Congratulations.
Stand up for the
Congratulations to the father of environmental health practice, environmental sustainability, for great works, particularly during the cocoa toxic waste dumping. Great analysis, great work.
All right, we invite all the awardees to please come on stage. All awardees, please come on stage. Thank you. All awardees, please come on stage. Put your hands together for them. All awardees, please come on stage. And their representatives, all awardees. Thank you. Thank you. All awardees, please come on stage. Ugone, are you here? All awardees, please come on stage. Thank you. All right. On behalf of all the awardees, we call on Sanitarian Augustine Ebisike to speak. Thank you.
To speak.
To respond.
Thank you. Well, you have said it all. When we were working, we didn't know a day like this would come. And it is also for the younger ones here to note that if you have an opportunity to contribute in the environment, you don't know who is watching. And I'm honored on behalf of all the awardees, because environment is so broad that for you to select the few of us to honor today is showing something special. We are lucky. And the way it was organized, as you said, showed that whatever our contribution to the environment sector, people were watching. Because when you threw it open for them to vote, if they were not convinced of the little contributions we made, especially somebody like me, as a sanitary inspector, which is what I am, people don't take our job seriously and is relegated to the background. But the cocoa of the matter is, if you like it or not, unless we get our environmental health right, development will be difficult. And that was why, during the colonial period, the sanitary inspector was held at a very high esteem, not because he went to school or he has so much letters. No. That job that he is required to do has to be done. If you do it, you won't have the laughing stock we are today in what we are doing in, for example, rollback malaria. Nigeria has become a basket case when it comes to something like getting malaria controlled, because we have contributed and given the wrong prescription. The prescription to clearing up malaria is improved sanitation. If you do that, the taxes I say we pay to China will stop. Because if you go to the market, there are more than 20 different medications for malaria. And all of us are paying what I call the malaria tax. So that is a very good example to what environmental health stands for. If you fund it, support it, malaria won't be a problem to us, because there won't be mosquitoes. If there are no mosquitoes, there won't be malaria. But instead of us to attack, I tell people, I say, as far as I'm concerned, malaria is not a problem to me. It's the mosquito that is a problem. If we're able to control the spread of mosquitoes, we won't be number one in the world for malaria cases today. That is one other good example to what we are talking. And we've spoken since yesterday and today about the need for environmental sustainability, environmental financing, environmental everything, including the desert that is coming, including the crisis we have with kidnapping and this and that. All these are stemming from climate change. And we need to invest more than we are doing in environmental control, in all the components of it. If Nigeria does that, development will be better and will be healthier. So I want to thank the organizers on behalf of myself and the rest and say that we are grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're gradually coming to the end of this program. May I also announce that we have 6 others, though we didn't call them winners, but for them to get to the top 12, they are already in the Hall of Fame. Please, as I call their name, just clap for them. I'm sure they are watching all over the world. One of these men that stood in the shoes of late Ken Sarawiwa of the Ogoni, Engineer Professor Olu Anda Y. Ogusu. Please put our hands together for him. Is a former national president of the Nigerian Environmental Society and the 5th president of the Movement of the Survival of the Ogoni People. Is a leading environmental advocate. He's one of the top 12. We also recognize most especially the UNDP country rep for Nigeria, Miss Elsie Atafia. Put your hands together for her. Elsie, we congratulate you for being part of the Hall of Fame and all the work you have done. We also have another wonderful woman who has done so much for Lagos State, and she's doing much for the world. The CEO of Sustainable Energy for All, Mrs. Damilola Ogumbi. She's also part of the Hall of Fame. Then we have a young lady, I think she's the youngest of them all. She concentrated in research on conservation, specifically on bats. She has made sure that the certain species of bats does not go into extinction, and it's only found in South Africa and Nigeria. Dr. Iroro Tanshi, we celebrate you. And we have the DG of NESt. He's also part of the top 12. He has done so much in the environmental sector. Professor Charles Anosike. And to complete that run is the pioneer DG of the NCCC. We have done a lot of work in climate change in Nigeria. Dr. Salisu Mohammed Dahiri. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the top 12. Thank you so much. You can take your bow. Take a bow and leave. God bless you. Thank you. We have come to the end of the award section. Nigerian Environmental Sustainability Merit Award 2026. Please kindly note that there is an e-magazine for this award. It will be sent to all your emails. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
As I hand over the mic, sorry, John, 1 minute. May I acknowledge all the award committee members who have done so great in this. Pastor Christian Dinkpa, thank you.
Please, 1 minute, please. You know, this program was successful because very bright young Nigerians and women have worked together to put it together. Please, I just want to invite every member of the committee who worked tirelessly to make sure that this thing happened. Please come to the rostrum. We want to see you. Yahaya, everybody, Nyanayo, every member of the team, we want to see you on the function table. Please come. Jamila, Aruna, every member of the planning committee, Chibuzo, Nazda, everybody, please come to the restroom. Please come to the restroom. Thank you very much. The music, please. The music. We want to see the music now. Give us Nigerian vibe, DJ. Afrobeats. Afrobeats.
Please hold on. We'll go out for lunch. We'll also have a group photograph, please. The entire participants will have a group photograph. So
Professor Wesley,
give us a moment.
Oluwafunke, where are they? Happy.
Registration desk.
Registration desk. All right, DJ, take out the microphone. Please, can you clap for them? Please. Thank you very much.
The photographer is ready. Let's
all right.
The photograph.
Please put your hands together for this wonderful team that make all of this happen. Queen, come and join us. And we invite our beautiful women who have been part of us. Thank you very much. And at this point, we invite every member of the audience to come and join us for this final celebration. Thank you, madam. Please come to the restroom. Please, the talk about.
Work for me, tomato, put that thing back,
Thank you. Yaya Madake, please, let's have the vote of thanks. And thereafter, I will invite the registrar of the Environmental Health Council for his closing remarks. And we'll go out for our dinner.
Please, briefly, people are already walking out to go and eat. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, as we are about coming to the end of this year's Environmental Summit, Abuja 2026, I would like to take a moment to, on behalf of the organizers, the Nigeria Environmental Summit Group, to express our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you. First and foremost, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Environment, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary. Thank you for your keynote. Okay. Thank you to our keynote speakers and panelists for sharing your insight, expertise, life experiences. Your contributions have greatly enriched our discussions and have inspired us to think more deeply about our responsibilities towards our environment. To our incredible sponsors and partners whose unwavering support makes this NESt 2026 possible. Your commitment and generosity not only fuel our mission to advance sustainable environmental policies, but also inspire collaborative action towards community eco-resilience. Thank you for believing in our shared vision, advocating for environmental health, and investing in greener and more sustainable future for all. NESO could not achieve this national impact without your invaluable collaboration. We are equally grateful to the eco champions, exhibitors, and our awardees. I also like to extend our appreciation to central and sub-organizing committees and volunteers whose hard work and dedication made this event possible. Your efforts behind the scenes ensure that everything runs smoothly, and we are truly grateful for your commitment to making this summit a success. Lastly, I would like to thank all the participants who are here physically and those that joined virtually. Your presence, engagement, and ideas are what make this discussion meaningful. Let us take the knowledge gained here and transform into action as we return to our communities, places, and beyond. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Alhaji Aya, for the vote of thanks. I was supposed to take closing remarks, but okay, I will take closing remarks from the Registrar of the Environmental Health Council, who is ably represented by Alhaji Aminu Mohammed. Please step forward and give us a closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, the MC. Let me use this opportunity and on behalf of the registrar to present the closing remarks. The registrar is supposed to be here, but due to the exigency of his work, he couldn't make it, but has sent his apology to this 2026 summit. Let me stand on the existing protocol. Good evening, all. Let me first and foremost use this opportunity to sincerely appreciate the organizing committee of National Environmental Summit Group for organizing this epoch event, which is laudable and also a landmark in Nigerian history. Secondly, I want to appreciate the donors, partners, sponsors, and relevant stakeholders who have participated and contributed immensely for the achievement of this event. I also want to appreciate the organizers for celebrating top 12 environmental sustainability pathfinders in Nigeria. That's the Hall of Fame, and on receiving Hall of Fame Environmental Personality of All Times Award. Our Emeritus Registrar, Sanitarian Augustine ABCK, is one of the awardees. Indeed, we are very proud and indeed we are very glad about this award by the National Environmental Summit 2026. We have reached the conclusion of this landmark summit. Over the past 2 days, our collective intellect has been focused on a singular defining mission, that's unlocking Nigeria's green economy. We did not gather merely to deliberate. We gathered to ignite a paradigm shift through robust dialogue. We have established the driving climate action, accelerating the energy transition, and building sustainable environmental governance. Environmental governance are not separate pillars. They are the unified engine that will power Nigerian resilient future. The blueprints have been laid. We have deliberated the policies, mapped out the investments, and forged the strategic partnerships. Now the true summit begins. The value of our time spent here will not be measured by eloquence of our speeches, but by the speed and scale of our implementation. Let us leave this hall with a renewed commitment, transformative renewed hope agenda to turn these frameworks into low carbon realities, thriving green jobs and protected ecosystems across every state in Nigeria. This transition is inevitable, but its justice and equity depend entirely on our leadership. Thank you for your dedication, your vision, and your unwavering patriotism. Travel safely back to your responsive destinations and let us go to work. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long life National Environmental Summit. So I formally declare the Nigerian Environmental Summit 2026 closed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, we have come to the end of the 2026 Nigerian Environmental Summit. We want to wish all of you well. Thank you so much for all that you have done. Johnny Mercies, back home to your various destinations. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Sonia, are you singing for us? Shout out to all the ICT, the media personalities. Thank you so much for an amazing job that you have done. Thank you. We deeply appreciate. And to our security operatives, thank you so, so much for a wonderful work that you have done. To the protocol team, we cannot say less. Thank you so much. And to all participants, entire commission members, thank you so much. Good night and God bless. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you.